Good morning. It is 5 a.m. and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got clouds, some scattered showers in the area, 69 degrees. A full forecast and traffic are just a few minutes away. A desperate search underway right now about 900 miles east of Cape Cod is the Titanic wreckage site. At the Titanic wreckage site, a submersible that takes scientists and tourists to see the wreck went missing on Sunday. 5 people are on board. The Titanic lies on the ocean bed about 13,000 feet down. There's enough air to survive in the submersible for about 96 hours. National Geographic editor Kristen Romey tells ABC News it will be tough to locate the submersible and rescue its occupants.
The fact is, you're looking for something the size of a minivan in the bottom of the North Atlantic. So it's hard to say, but they certainly have a challenge ahead of them.
A federal and state investigation is underway after authorities say more than 100 letters containing a suspicious white powdery substance were received by Kansas lawmakers and state officials. ABC's Melissa Aden is talking to lawmakers.
State Representative Steve Owens says when he opened his letter, he spotted the white powder, noting how the envelope had a fake return address for a local church. A ploy he says he believes was designed to make lawmakers think it was from a constituent.
They were definitely very methodical and very thoughtful. This was very intentionally meant to get lawmakers to open this letter.
The motive still remains unclear, but lawmakers tell ABC News the vast majority of letters appear to be sent to Kansas Republicans.
The Tennessee Volunteer Baseball team lives to play another day in the College World Series. The Vols coming back on Monday from a 4-0 deficit to eliminate Stanford by a 6-4 score. UT now facing LSU today at 6 o'clock in another elimination game. Your market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Find them online at beaconcm.com. Here's a recap of yesterday's activity on Wall Street with Daria Albinger.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. An improving supply chain and solid demand are good for the housing market. The National Association of Home Builders Confidence Index rose to 55 this month, up from 50 in May. It's the highest reading in a year. The index was one of 3 reads we're going to get this week on the housing market as we head into prime real estate season. Look for housing starts on Tuesday and existing home sales on Thursday. Fed Chair Jerome Powell will head to Capitol Hill this week. He'll testify before the House Financial Services Committee on Wednesday and the Senate Banking Committee on Thursday. Tuesday is World Refugee Day, and a number of multinational companies, including Amazon, Marriott, and Hilton, are pledging to hire more than 13,000 Ukrainian women and other refugees from Europe over the next 3 years. The goal is to connect to work or train more than 250,000 refugees. The markets were closed on Monday to mark Juneteenth.
Stock futures this morning before the opening bell. The Dow down 123, S&P down 18, and NASDAQ down 81. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather. We've got them up next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Well, good morning to you. It is Tuesday, 5:07 on Nashville's Morning News. Man, nobody's in their right place this morning. Nobody's in the right mind either. But you have Johnny B. in for Dan Mandis this morning. Jay Harper taking over the news booth. Ken Weaver, unfortunately, is feeling under the weather.
Yes, Ken reaching out to me yesterday to let me know he wasn't quite feeling up to par. So, yeah, we certainly send him good wishes.
You betcha. I appreciate that, Jay.
So Dan's just goal-breaking, though, right? and
he's getting over that Bryan Adams Joan Jett concert, I do believe.
All right.
But and also we have Mason Fleming in for me, since I'm in here for Dan. So it's kind of like musical chairs here. And we've got a lot to cover today. But first off, before I get into politics and all that, a big story that seems to be taking up a lot of the oxygen in the news sphere right now is this rescue operation underway deep in the waters of the Atlantic Ocean. And Jay, you can jump in here anytime you want and let us know what's going on with that.
Yeah, I tell you, it's a very dicey situation. You know, for folks that didn't catch the network news a little earlier here this morning, they were stating that basically they're looking for a vehicle about the size of a minivan in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, it's a tight. It's like it's almost like basically they're touring the Titanic wreckage, right?
Right. It's a tourist submersible vehicle for tourists to go check out the Titanic wreckage, some 13,000 feet down.
Wow,
$250,000 for a ticket on this thing.
So I can assure that these tourists are well-to-do.
Yeah. One of them is a gentleman who is a British billionaire who was actually on Jeff Bezos's space flight.
Yeah, Hamish Harding.
Correct.
Yeah.
And a Pakistani businessman and his son and a couple of other folks.
Wow.
5 people down there.
And they say they've got maybe between 70 to 96 hours of air left in this vehicle. And from what I understand, and I heard the red-eye guy saying this, that the vehicle also has weights it lets go of so it can submerge. But what they're worried about is if that malfunctioned, then they're in deep trouble.
Yeah, they're in deep trouble nonetheless. GPS does not work underwater. So they're putting some sonar equipment down there, just trying to hear something. But again, they're in the North Atlantic. They're not quite sure where this thing even is.
Wow. And the wreckage is off of, like Massachusetts, deep into the Atlantic Ocean.
Off of, about 900 miles off of Cape Cod. Wow. I did see a story where this particular vehicle, somebody else that had gone on this vehicle on one of these Titanic tourist trips said that they got lost for 2.5 hours when he took the thing.
Man.
Because the communications equipment on board malfunctioned. Boy, and they didn't know where the heck they were for 2.5 hours.
I think that would keep me from doing this tour.
No kidding.
No matter how rich I was.
Yeah.
And I love the Titanic. I mean, I'm very fascinated by the Titanic.
Yeah, aren't we all? You know, it is truly fascinating.
It is. But I'm not that fascinated where I want to, endanger my life.
Yeah.
Gosh, man.
That's scary stuff.
The best we can do is pray for these people, and hopefully everything works out. But right now it's looking dicey, very dicey. And like I said, they have maybe between 90 and 70 hours worth of air left in the vehicle. So it's imperative that they find it as soon as possible. But we'll keep you up to date on that with all the news. Jay Harper in for the ailing Ken Weaver this morning. We really appreciate you being here, Jay.
But, of course. Always happy to help.
Well, cool. We'll have the Gang of Three Amigos, which we may call the Gang of Three Outcasts this morning, since we're the ones that they've called on to cover everybody today. Anyway, lots going on in the news. At 8:05 this morning, you want to be here. We'll have Eddie Scarry. He's got a great piece in The Federalist. It will enrage you. It did me. But 2 children, ages 4 and 6, discovered a book called Tabitha and Magoo Dress Up 2. And it is encouraging kids to basically become transgender. That if they don't, they'll be depressed.
Oh, really?
Yes. And it's in a public library. And why is beyond a lot of us. But there's a lot going on in the news. If you're Joe Biden, you sure don't want to wake up this morning. A new poll for dailymail.com says that President Joe Biden, running for election, according to those polled, 52% of all voters, and half of these Democrats, by the way, believe they are worse off since he became president. And, of course, a lot of these are Republicans, but over half of them are Democrats. In fact, they say around 50% of Democrats agree that he is too old to be president because of his age. He's 80 years old right now. And at the end of his second term, he would be 86 years old. So people don't want Grandpa to be in there. I don't think, though, I don't think it's just age. I think there's a lot of factors that are coming to light. And I think one of those factors is how he is responding to the investigations into his business dealings. You know, you may have forgotten about, about how he handled a reporter. And Mason, we'll need some sound on this. But a reporter asked him, what do you think of this report that it keeps calling you the big guy? What's that about? And this was Biden's response. You'll hear the question at first. If you can tell, there's a lot of chatter, but you can hear Biden's response.
Why did the Ukraine and FBI informant file refer to you as the big guy, President Biden? Why is that term continuously applied? Thanks, guys.
Why did I ask such a dumb question?
He said, why did you ask such a dumb question? And with this administration, there really aren't any dumb questions unless you're on CNN asking stupid questions. But Senator Chuck Grassley said this week that this informant's document contains information that Burisma founder Mykola Zlotkowski had allegedly paid Biden and his son, Hunter Biden. He also kept 17 audio recordings. And the big thing, too, can you imagine if Donald Trump had said, if he's being investigated, what a stupid question. What a dumb question. This is what I like from, he's a Republican from New Jersey, Representative Jeff Vandrew. He said in response to Biden saying that this was a dumb question, he said the only dumb thing in that whole exchange was the president's response, which is typical because, number one, he doesn't really have the mental wherewithal to answer anything difficult. This is very true. Secondly, he's not telling the truth. Folks, he never has. Joe Biden is a constant liar. But what concerns me is the left-wing media just lets him slide continuously. He doesn't answer questions. He makes gaffes left and right. In fact, we've got a new one to play for you. He had one recently where he ended a speech with God Save the Queen. And now you won't believe what he said about what his administration has done. It's unbelievable, and we'll have that up for you next. It's 5:16. Good morning to you. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. Looking at our forecast today, it's going to be much the same. We are into a pattern of this summer-like thunderstorms, showers and thunderstorms during the afternoon. We're going to see a high today of 80, which is kind of nice, but we do have those chance of showers and thunderstorms. In fact, we have that all week long. Right now, 69 degrees, cloudy skies on Nashville's Music Row. Supertalk 99.7 WTN. So a lot of people are saying that Joe Biden is too old to be president, but I think a lot of people, and myself included, the big thing we are looking at is this investigation of all this money that has changed hands to the Biden crime family and how Biden doesn't want to answer the question. In fact, what a dumb question, or he'll wave you off. But Representative James Comer of Kentucky, he apparently likely has the goods on President Joe Biden, allegedly accepting as much as $30 million from foreign nationals when he was vice president. And that's my big question. Where did Joe Biden get this much money? You don't make that much money being a senator, even a vice president. He reportedly said that he had a $9.5 million net income in 2017. Where did this money come from? He claims it's from speeches, book tours, that type of thing. But I suspect that's not the case. I think there is it stinks to high heaven. And I pray that the Republicans stay strong and that they continue this investigation. I don't have high hopes of anything coming from it because I've watched it too much over the years with Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama. Does anybody remember the strange pallet of money that was left for Iran? That was given to Iran in the middle of the night during the Obama administration. Never got a clear answer on that one. But that's the whole thing with not only this administration, but Obama's as well. There was never any clear answer to anything. Now, President Biden claimed yesterday that his administration will have conserved 30% of all lands and waters under U.S. jurisdiction. But the year doesn't add up. And this is audio from that speech. Joe Biden was visiting the Lucy Evans Baylands Nature Interpretive Center and Preserve in Palo Alto, California. And this is what he said about his administration.
And maybe most important, I've committed that by 2020, we will have conserved 30% of all the lands and waters the United States has jurisdiction over and simultaneously reduce emissions to blunt climate impact.
I don't know if you caught that or not, but he said by the year 2020.
What is he, a time traveler? I mean,
he must be because he wasn't even in office in 2020. His administration took over in 2021. So I think that's pretty much proof among the other sound bites you've heard on this show and many others. This guy is not only corrupt and a liar, but he also is too old to be in the office. He doesn't even know what year it is. And he's running the country. I like to rephrase that. He's running the country. We are on Nashville's Morning News, and of course, everything is up. Supertalk TV. Why you want to watch, I don't know. But we're glad you do. You're glad you do because we have Faces for Radio, and you can tell that by watching Supertalk TV. You can also get in touch with us. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986. You can also call us at that number as well. The Supertalk continues all day long. As far as I know, Pamela Furr is in at 9 o'clock. You have Murphy's show at 12 noon. I hope. I don't know if Brian Wilson is feeling back to... Boy, everybody's sick. Everybody is ill.
Yeah, we're hoping he's up to snuff today.
I hope
he's feeling
so.
a lot better. Yeah,
I hope so too. I missed him.
Yeah.
But anyway, the drive will be along at 3 o'clock. So the Super Talk continues. We'll have more with you coming up next. Also, the gang of three amigos this morning. The gang is of three outcasts. We'll have fun with you coming up on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Hey folks, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the biggest decisions people have to make in retirement is how to take Social Security. You'll get all kinds of workshops about that, and you'll see all kinds of things about that particular topic. Because Social Security, for some people, it might be a third or even more of their income in retirement. So you want to get this decision right. Well, how do you make the decision? Well, one of the things we look at, there are programs we use. This is one of the simpler programs that we use right here. And I want to just show you how it works and how it actually unravels some of the misconceptions we have about Social Security. So we have two people here, they're age 60, and they're looking at filing for Social Security. One person has a retirement benefit of $2,500. That is their main benefit from Social Security at their full retirement age. The other one has a $500 benefit. And what we can do here, which is kind of cool, is look at this and say, okay, well, what if we have this person has that life expectancy and that person has that life expectancy there? And then what we do is we assume a certain cost of living increase in Social Security. What would be the optimal for taking the benefit where they get the most benefit or the most bang from their buck? And where we see the star, that shows that we would have the best benefit. Now, this is one person filing at age 67, the other person at age 70. Well, a lot of people think, well, I retire, I have to take Social Security at the same time that I retire, and that's not necessarily the case. As you can see here, one may take it at one age and one may take it at another, even though they're the same age right now. Now, the other thing we can do is say, well, what if I took it early? What if I took it at this particular age right here, where one person's 65 and the other one's 65? You can actually see how much it could cost in benefits. When we do this, we can see how much it might cost us and how much it might affect us negatively to do that. Now, the other thing we can do is we can play around the life expectancies, and we say, well, if this person lives to that age, now the cost is $187,000 in this particular example, taking it at that age right there. So you can see, based on your own life expectancy, and typically people will say, well, what did my parents live to, and come up with that type of data. So this is just part of the financial planning process that we use at Paul Winkler Inc. If you want to know more about what we do, you can get a free 15-minute phone call at our website, paulwinkler.com. We do financial planning, full financial planning. We do investing, education, and investing. We actually help people through those decisions, helping them set up their 401ks and those types of decisions, as well as risk management. But we don't get paid on commission. That's what makes us so different from other firms out there that do what we do. So if you want to find out more, go to paulwinkler.com.
A desperate search continues for that submersible in the northern Atlantic, and Donald Trump denying that he showed off classified documents. I'll have those stories at 5:30 on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay Harper. In for Ken Weaver this morning. Ken's feeling under the weather, and we hope he starts feeling better. Dan Mandis will be back tomorrow morning, but Johnny B sitting in for him this morning. Glad to have you with us. 7422 on the big super text line says, I think when Joe Biden said God save the Queen, he was referring to himself and coming out as a transgender. I don't know about that. I think that's kind of a stretch, but maybe he's identifying as a queen. Who knows? Or he may think he's in England. With Joe, anything is possible. We've got the Gang of Three Amigos coming up next at 5:35, and we'll be covering a lot of stuff with these two knuckleheads, these three knuckleheads. I'll include myself in that because we're all knuckleheads. Am I correct? I think I am. But anyway, we're nice knuckleheads. But there's a California lawyer that warns that you should never leave anything to your kids when you die. He's saying it'll lead to serious financial distress. We'll discuss that and some other lighthearted subjects like Father's Day. How was yours? It's 5:29. It's Supertalk 99.7 WTN. You're listening to Nashville's Morning News. Johnny B sitting in for Dan Mandis this morning, and we'll be here till 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, Pamela Furr takes over the airwaves, and that'll be fun. So you keep it right where you've got it. Talk never stops. It's right here on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is exactly 5:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We've got a mostly cloudy sky. There are some scattered showers out there, 69 degrees. A full forecast and traffic are on the way. A desperate search is underway right now, about 900 miles east of Cape Cod at the Titanic wreckage site. A submersible that takes scientists and tourists to see the wreck went missing on Sunday. 5 people are on board. The Titanic lies on the ocean floor about 13,000 feet down. Scientists say there should be enough air to survive on the submersible for about 96 hours. National Geographic editor Kristen Romey tells ABC News how the search is being conducted.
GPS does not work from the bottom of the ocean. So this is really going to be more of a sonar search looking for signals that may indicate where this may be on the bottom of the seafloor.
In a new interview, former President Donald Trump is denying that he showed off a secret document to people at his New Jersey golf club. Trump telling Fox News he was referring on tape to newspaper clippings, not a classified document. Here's more from ABC's Ike Ejiochi in Washington.
Prosecutors accuse him of illegally keeping classified documents at his Florida resort. Trump now says he had personal items mixed in with those documents, which is why he says he did not comply with the subpoena to return the records. Trump also talking about his campaign, saying he wants to be less combative if he gets a second term.
Tropical storm Brett has formed in the central Atlantic Ocean, and it's likely to strengthen into a hurricane later on this week. Brett currently has winds of about 40 miles an hour. It's moving west and projected to reach hurricane status by tomorrow night as it travels toward the Caribbean. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather, they're on the way. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Buenos dias, mi amigos. That festive music means it's time for the Gang of Three Amigos. Well, you only got one original right here.
Yeah, you got substitute amigos.
You do, but I'm glad they're here in the newsroom, subbing for our ailing Ken Weaver, Jay Harper. Jay, how are you doing this morning, brother?
Bueno.
I love that answer. And, of course, in the seat I usually occupy, Mr. Mason Fleming.
Hello, hello.
I got to watch with your name. I've actually got to write it down because every time I think of Mason, I think of Mason Williams. An older,
that is definitely not me.
Great guitarist.
Yes,
absolutely.
Great guitarist, and I'll never forget Classical Gas.
Yeah, one of the greatest instrumentals of all time.
Yeah, so it's just a brain fade with me. It's my Joe Biden moment. There have been times I've almost called you Mason Williams.
I'll take the compliment for sure. I'm nowhere near as talented for sure.
Maybe, well, see, I think you're selling yourself short. You maybe should change your name to Mason Williams. It might be a good stage name.
Well, Mason's got one of those interchangeable names. I mean, Fleming Mason also works.
Yes, it does.
You know?
I'll take it. I like it.
That's pretty cool. Except people may call you Flem for short.
I don't like that.
No, I don't either. Make you think of Slim Whitman. But anyway, good to have you guys on board here. Hope everybody had a great Father's Day. Because I know, Jay, you're a dad.
Yeah. Yep. And I'm a grandpa, too, now.
Well, that makes two of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I became a grandpa for the first time last year.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah. Yep. He just turned a year old here recently.
So it's a young gentleman.
That's right. Jonas Harper.
Oh, I like that name.
That's a great name.
That is a fantastic name. Now, I know Mason, hopefully not a dad yet.
Nope, not yet.
Oh, okay. Because you're still young. But, yeah. Now, your dad, did you wish him a happy Father's Day?
I did, yeah. He lives out in Mount Juliet, so I was able to. We took him out to dinner and went and saw a movie together and just kind of hung out for the afternoon. It was a good time.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
I actually heard from both of my children, and I appreciate that so much. Heard from both boys. And, to be a radio dad, it's always good to hear from the children. Because, with a radio dad, you never know. Because radio is basically, if there are those that don't know, it's a feast and famine business for a lot of people.
Right.
And I live up to that. But there's a California lawyer that is warning that you should never leave anything to your kids when you die. He says it'll lead to serious financial distress. And actually, it is a female estate planning and an asset protection lawyer, Brittany Cohen. She said you can save your loved ones from serious financial and legal woes by creating a living trust.
Right.
And she says that is the best way to go over just leaving the money.
Interesting.
Yeah. And she said a lot of people think that trusts are just for the ultra wealthy. But she says that's simply not true. They are for the middle class as well. So I don't even know if I could set up a trust.
Well,
trust me on this one.
My in-laws did that and, set up a living trust for their grandchildren, my kids. And so we're, somewhat familiar with how they work.
Yeah.
My wife is the trustee. So
you would say it is a pretty good way to go.
Yeah, there are tax advantages and so forth,
Yes.
So, and I'm sure, Paul Winkler, could weigh in on such things.
Yes, he could. Maybe we should have made him a fourth amigo this morning. But, I think it's worth looking into. Also, I don't think it's a good idea to leave your kids a mountain of debt, which is, my father, this is what bothers me about people that become wealthy. I'm not saying every wealthy person does this, but a lot of wealthy people tend to get a little crazy once they make all their money. Then they start thinking they can do anything. And my father, unfortunately, fell into that category and ended up losing it all. And in fact, when we looked back at everything he had done, they were spending their money recklessly. It was unbelievable. And, a person with common sense would have known guys, this is not going to end well. You're spending more than you're making, which is what happened. And I think a lot of Americans do that, unfortunately. I think a lot of Americans are just covered up in debt, and that's the last thing you want to leave your kids, trust me.
Well, there are new records as far as credit card debt for this country. More credit card debt than ever before. And, let's face it, with the cost of living these days, a lot of folks are putting stuff on plastic just to get by.
Yeah, it's almost it's a survival mode.
It's kind of that, we'll worry about paying for this later, but we got to eat,
Right.
Folks, I've been behind people in the grocery store, and they're, and it wasn't a debit card they were using. It was a credit card, to buy groceries.
Oh, I know.
So
I can't blame them. It's not a great way to go.
No.
But I'm telling you, it's just, and once again, it's this administration. You voted. I mean, I'm not saying a lot of you folks that are listening to us, you didn't vote for this. But the people that voted for it, this is what you get. And that's why you have to be careful of who you vote for. But, and this really goes with this. In Brooklyn, 2 one-bedroom Brooklyn apartments listed by a vegan landlord is requiring tenants to forego cooking meat to live there. He will not allow you to cook meat in your apartment. According to the New York Times, it says they caught the uncommon ask on Nextdoor.com before it was removed. The listing appeared with a no meat, no fish in the building rule.
Does that mean I can't wear my wool sweaters there anymore either?
Can't wear my leather jacket. Can't wear leather boots, leather pants. However, the Times reported that the apartments, which are going for, dig this, $4,500 and $5,750 a month.
Wow.
How would you like to have that rent?
I'm good. I was like, mine is already high. I don't need it that high.
So anybody complaining about Nashville rent, which I can understand, Nashville rent is high, but it's not that high.
Absolutely not.
And I don't think that a landlord should be dictating of what you can eat. But this is the left for you, okay? According to Andrea Kelly, she's a broker for the building. She explained to a prospective tenant, it's not vegetarian only, but the owner lives in the building and doesn't want the smell of cooking meat drifting upstairs.
He doesn't want to be tempted to order a burger.
And you're right. See, I had to go out to eat with some friends on Friday night. And because of, some health issues I'm going through, I'm having to change my diet. And so there's a lot of things I can't eat. And I've totally shut out, after years of Dr. Pepper addiction, I no longer drink Dr. Pepper.
Oh, no.
And
so the sugar one?
I don't drink any of them.
Okay, no.
Because of the caffeine.
Yeah.
So I've totally, and of sugar. I'm trying to knock sugar out of my diet.
Yeah.
So there was a kid that was at young man, I should say, not even a kid anymore. But he's a young man, and he was drinking Dr. Pepper, sitting right next to me. And I'm telling you, that was tough. But I'm not going to sit there and go, you can't have that because I can't.
Right.
I'm just imagining you reaching over and grabbing his cup instead.
Yeah.
And having it for yourself.
Give me a sip. Come on, give me a sip.
Come on, just a little.
Just a little bit.
Just a little taste. But that's the problem with me. Once you give me a little taste, then I'll be, give me that.
Feel the buzz of the caffeine.
That's all mine. And speaking of rich folks, this story about, which is taking up the news today, about this, what do you call this thing? It's like a submergible. Is that what
they are calling it? A submersible.
Submersible. Thank you.
Yes.
Gosh, I sounded so stupid right there. But Titanic Ocean Gate submarine has been missing. They think it maybe has, at the very least, 70 hours of air left.
Wow.
And they haven't had any communication with it. Communication went away. It has British billionaire explorer Hamish Harding on board, and along with some tourists as well. that paid $250,000 per person to see the Titanic debris off of this this little submarine that's the size of a van.
Yeah.
At the Ocean Gate Expeditions, they're the ones that own this thing. And in fact, they say the company's chief executive, Stockton Rush, he previously described the craft as rock solid. And he's believed to be on board as well.
Interesting.
So you see, that's my whole thing. I don't care what they tell me. If they show me this and say, hey, we're going to go underneath.
Yeah, 13,000 feet.
Yeah. In a van-sized, no, I'm not going.
Yeah, I would be claustrophobic to begin with.
I would too.
Reportedly it's a tight squeeze to get 5 folks in there.
Oh yeah, it's not going to be comfortable for one thing.
Yeah, and there is, in case people were wondering about such things, there is a toilet on board, but apparently it's kind of out in the open, so not much in the way of privacy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh man. And you're spending $250,000 for this.
It's like, that's a house.
Yeah.
Or used to be a house.
Yeah.
It's like now not
half
so
a
much.
house.
Yeah.
Half a house.
It's like now not so much, but essentially it's ridiculous.
Oh man. I mean, I just wouldn't. I would not, like Elon Musk, I would not go up. I don't care how much money I had. I would not go up in a spacecraft that this guy had built.
I don't know why. I think I would rather go to space than be sunk underwater.
I think I would too, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
It's a little more open.
Yes.
And there's not as many creatures up there, as far as I know. I mean, with speculative talk that have been coming out recently with UFOs and whatnot we've been talking about on the news recently, I'm not sure. But, I mean, movies like The Meg that came out a couple of years ago with that giant shark.
Yes.
No, thank you.
Well,
no, thank you.
Just being trapped, just like, it's like Jay said, I would be so claustrophobic, I'd be going out of my mind.
Absolutely. And I'm such a big dude. I'm a big dude. I'll be honest. Tight spaces don't work for me that well.
Well, you're not that big a dude.
But I'm tall and
You're
wider.
tall. You're tall. You're husky.
Yeah.
But I can understand.
Small spaces, we don't get along too well.
No, I just don't either. I don't like being confined. I just that gives me the creeps.
Especially when you're not piloting the vehicle, it feels a little less control. And so at not being able to control the vehicle to make sure I know where I'm going and being that far underwater, that's a big no for me.
Well, we just have to pray for these folks. Hopefully they get out of this. I hope it's something minor, but it doesn't sound like it. And so we just need to keep our thoughts and prayers with them, and we'll keep you updated on it with the news with Jay Harper. So keep it right here on Super Talk. Real quick, I wanted to let you know, Mason, because last time you and I broke bread together, you were telling me about Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
And I wanted to tell you that thing is still in the top 10. It's at number 3. It made $27.8 million over the weekend.
It's going wild right now.
So you were the first to really impressed. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's everybody looks at animated movies as like kids movies. This one I would look at as like it deserves a PG-13 rating on some of the stuff that it delves into, like kind of darker themes and some of its language tones and all that kind of stuff. If you are a Marvel Comics fan or a superhero fan in general, I would definitely highly recommend seeing this movie.
Well, see, now I want to see it. And not only did you give it a great review, but, hey, the lights just went out. Am I having a Biden moment? Anyway, I want to see this now because Ron Howard and his daughter, there they went again. Ron Howard and his daughter went to see it, and it was 2 thumbs up from them, and they say they can't wait, and they think it's going to be, they think it's very, it's kind of paving the way for new movies of this nature.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Its animation style is ridiculous. The company that's in charge of it is doing great leaps and bounds in the animation world for sure.
And I'm kind of I'm not a big animation fan, but sometimes I am. Sometimes I get into it, and so this time I think I will watch this movie. And based on your recommendation, and now Ron Howard, how can I go wrong there? Even though he's a lib, I trust him. I trust him when it comes to movie making. The guy does make.
He's got pretty good opinions.
Yes, he does, and his daughter's a great actress as well. It's 5:51. It's Gang of Three Amigos, and appreciate you guys this morning, and appreciate you both coming in. We've got more stories to cover next hour, including a stern warning and a very ominous warning from Dr. Ben Carson, among other things. We have so much to cover this morning, and we'll do it all right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
A desperate search continues for that submersible in the North Atlantic. And the Tennessee Vols baseball team comes from behind. We'll have all of that and this morning's money news at the top of the hour on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you so much, Jay. I'm so used to running out of time on this show, and we're not for some reason.
We got plenty of time. I think we're shorter on ads today, so I think we're doing.
Oh, is that what the deal is?
A little more open today, yeah.
What are you salespeople doing?
I don't know.
I'm going to work. Anyway,
holiday weekend.
Well, this is kind of like behind the scenes out front. What time do we need to be out there? Because we were trying to fix the lights, so we didn't get to really discuss this off the air.
We got about 30 seconds here.
Oh, yeah, 30 seconds. All right. Yeah, we had like
plenty of time.
We had these lights, and all of a sudden they started doing this strobe effect, and it was really it was freaking me out.
Was it as bad as the one it was in the men's room forever?
Yes.
That strobe thing that was going on in there?
Goodness.
Yeah, that felt like you were. That felt like you were like in Witness. You know, like they were trying to get information out of you. Okay, I'll talk.
Yeah, or I was at an Alice Cooper concert. Oh, the flashing and.
Oh, I know, man. That's kind of the way it felt in here. And they told me flashbacks were absolute. See, it's doing it again. It's doing it again.
Oh,
that's crazy.
That's creepy.
That is very creepy.
That is terrifying.
I think it's a ghost. It's 5:58. We've got a lot more to cover and serious stuff too. Right here on Nashville's Morning News, Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
It is 6 o'clock, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Mostly cloudy. We've got some scattered showers out there. 69 degrees. A full forecast and traffic are upcoming. A desperate search underway right now about 900 miles east of Cape Cod at the Titanic wreckage site. A submersible that takes scientists and tourists to see the wreck went missing on Sunday. There are 5 people on board. The Titanic is on the bottom of the ocean, about 13,000 feet down. Reportedly, there's enough air to survive for about 96 hours, but that is running out. National Geographic editor Kristen Romey tells ABC News there is a chance that the submersible can surface.
There is a possibility that if this hull is intact, that they can release the ballast and come up to the surface.
New details emerging after two people from California were found dead last week at a luxury resort in Mexico. ABC's Rhiannon Ally tells us what we're hearing from paramedics who responded to the scene.
According to preliminary reports from local police, 28-year-old Abby Lutz and 41-year-old John Heathcote died after inhaling toxic gas. But with the investigation ongoing and the new toxicology report not yet released, we are now hearing from one of the two paramedics who responded.
We started to feel dizzy and we came out. We went out of the room as soon as possible.
Fernando Valencia Sotelo says he and the other paramedic, his sister Griselle, also felt ill after entering the resort and needed treatment at the hospital.
The Market Numbers Report this morning brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Find them online, beaconcm.com. Here is Jim Ryan with the latest money news.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now. Investors get back to the trading floor today after a long Juneteenth weekend. Overnight, meanwhile, Japan's Nikkei and a broad European index were down about 1% over concerns about the direction of the Chinese economy. It's the world's second largest. A bipartisan group of lawmakers, meanwhile, will head to Detroit today. Those four, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, will urge the heads of Ford and General Motors to reduce their reliance on Chinese auto parts, especially batteries for electric vehicles. At the same time, U.S. tech company Intel has signed a deal with the German government to build a $33 billion chip factory in the eastern city of Magdeburg. Germany will cover about a third of the cost. The Great Resignation shows no signs of stopping. A recent survey by PricewaterhouseCoopers shows a quarter of workers plan to change jobs in the next 12 months. That's up from about 19% last year.
Stock futures before the opening bell. The Dow at 121 down. S&P, it's down 16, and NASDAQ down 63. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Good morning, 6:07 on this Tuesday morning, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis earned a day off. He'll be back tomorrow morning. Ken Weaver is out sick. We're hoping he feels much better. Jay Harper is sitting in the newsroom. Mason Fleming is sitting in my chair. And, of course, I'm here for Dan Mandis. My name is Johnny B., or if you'd rather, John Bozeman. That way you get a name, not just a letter. And it's good to have you on board with us. 6:07, 69 degrees. Looking for a lot of rain today. Well, a lot of rain. It's going to be a typical Tennessee summer-like condition today. We'll tell you more about that coming up. We got a lot to cover today, too. At 8:05, we're going to have Eddie Scarry. Eddie has a piece in the Federalist, and Eddie's a great writer. If you ever read his stuff, he also has a lot of great books out there. But a friend of his in Indianapolis, their two children, aged 4 and 6, found a book called Tabitha and Magoo Dress Up 2, which basically tells kids that the purpose of the book basically is to tell them that if you don't go trans, you'll be depressed. And why is this in a public library for kids of that age, 6 and 4? We'll have that coming up. Also, next hour, you won't believe what's happening on Reddit. That's right, Reddit. And this has to do with the special assembly coming up in August right here in Tennessee. A lot of Reddit users are trying to gin up violence during this confab in August, the special session that the legislators are going to have. And that's why Governor Lee has been asked to cancel the special session. I think he should, because once I tell you what some of these posters are saying, it's quite frightening. And also, Robert RFK Jr., running for president, he has a YouTube video taken off. He's censored because of what he said about COVID. And he's also, he just can't get a message out there because people are trying to censor him. I think it's because he's showing a lot of movement as far as polls go. A lot of people are liking his message on both sides of the aisle, and that could be what's happening, but we'll get into that as well, have some sound from him. But if you're Joe Biden, you're waking up this morning, a new poll for DailyMail.com does not look very good for you. According to this poll, that President Biden, as he's running for re-election, half of Democrats believe he's too old for the job. 52% of all voters believe they are worse off since he became president, and why wouldn't they? You have gas prices that have spiked, rampant inflation. You have supply chain issues. You name it, it's going on. And they say that 71% of likely general election voters believe that he's too old to be president. And especially at the end of his second term, he'll be 86 years old. And it's not just his age. I think it's everything about him. Because there just seems to be corruption coming out of every pore of this guy. And the House Oversight Committee, they're expecting to receive more FD 1023 forms from the FBI this week that support what a Ukrainian oligarch said in his statement concerning an alleged bribery scheme that involves President Joe Biden and his son Hunter. Representative Andy Biggs was on Newsmax on Sunday. He said, we continue to accumulate evidence as we're going to get more bank records this week. We are supposed to be receiving more 1023s, which are these reports from the FBI, in addition to the suspicious activity. Reports that were filed with the Department of Treasury. Biggs said that people are asking what's happening at a time when we've gotten more done in about 4 to 5 months than the Department of Justice did in 4 to 5 years. We put this together, and they say the next step is to find the links. The FD 1023 documents that are coming are not necessarily from the same informant that was involved in the first FBI document that the Oversight Committee pushed to see concerning the Bidens. According to Biggs, these are other reports that the FBI has from other sources. So there's more than one. There are other sources. Said they've been reluctant to give those to us. They've been very difficult to deal with. What's happened to the FBI and DOJ? I don't even trust them anymore. Committee members were able to review the initial FBI document. It was heavily redacted, which is unusual considering it was declassified, according to Biggs. He added that the Ukrainian source had said that he has other documentation as well of him speaking with Biden and his son. Meanwhile, the House Homeland Security Committee last week announced plans to investigate Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas with the evidence to be used toward potential impeachment proceedings. According to Biggs, he introduced his first impeachment resolution a year and 3 months ago, noting that the priority is to make sure all Republicans are still on board with the move. Biggs said that he has people in his caucus who are asking what's the constitutional rationale and what's the legal predicate. He said, we're putting those ducks in a row so everybody feels comfortable going forward. Said the last thing we want to do is not be able to complete the impeachment side of the process in the House of Representatives. Boy, this stinks to high heaven, the deeper and deeper you go. And what about the media? The media has been silent on all this. Mostly the mainstream media. You have outlets like Newsmax. To some degree, Fox, but Fox isn't what it used to be. But the media has been silent. And that's what's kind of scary to me, is that we are venturing into basically a Marxist-type society where we're being told. In fact, we had it in the Gang of Three Amigos. How can a vegan landlord in New York City tell people what they can cook? And the government's doing the exact same thing. And they won't answer questions. Biden just, what a dumb question. And nothing further is probed. What's happened to the media? The media is supposed to be our watchdog, and they're not. The media have now become the news makers themselves. They're shaping the news. It's not what they tell you. It's what they don't tell you. And that's the sign of a Marxist society. That's what communism does. And a person that points that out in great detail is none other than Dr. Ben Carson. We'll have that for you next. It's 6:15. It's time to check the traffic from the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Brother Jack. It's going to be cloudy today. Look for a chance of showers and thunderstorms, much like we had yesterday. It heats up a little bit in the afternoon, and then you get those showers and thunderstorms. Typical Tennessee summer. High of 80 degrees expected. Right now, 70 degrees on Nashville's Music Row at Supertalk. 99.7 WTM, where you have Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis will return tomorrow, and we look forward to that. Ken Weaver is out sick. We're hoping that Ken's going to be okay. Don't know really what's going on there, but just hoping that he gets better and he gets back in. We have Jay Harper, who is covering the news for you today on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. And, of course, Supertalk TV is up. You can catch that on Twitch, Twitter, Facebook Live. Also, you can also check it out on our website. Anywhere you can find it, you can watch us there. You can also super text us at 615-737-9986. I do read them all. I don't respond to them all. I'm very sorry because I'm just not as good as Dan Mandis. But Dan has instructed me to read as many of them as I can, and I will. And appreciate y'all doing that. That's also the number to call anytime you want to engage in the Super Talk. You'll have like Pamela Furr coming up at 9 a.m. after we're done. Now, Dr. Ben Carson, he expressed concern about the direction of the U.S. A lot of this had to do with the lack of transparency on COVID-19 origins and the vaccine doctors' unwillingness to debate. Of course, I'm talking about Dr. Fauci, corruption and the unequal application of justice. In fact, he had an interview with Newsmax's John Bachman Now. And basically, this is what Dr. Carson had to say about what he's experienced with the press and with COVID-19's origins.
In the beginning, the Trump administration saw there was smoke and, called people's attention to it, but the media just completely suppressed it and demonized people who said that there was any other theory other than it coming from a market nearby. As the evidence began to get greater and greater, you couldn't just sweep it under the rug without a big lump appearing on the rug. So, now they're starting to say, oh, well, maybe there's something, but they're still not coming across with all the information. And there seems to be a reason to protect the Chinese and protect the reputation of the Chinese. Why are they more concerned about that than they are about the American people?
That could be true. That's true. That's true of the government, and that's true of our media. They are more concerned with protecting the Chinese. They're more concerned about protecting this administration or anybody that has a D by their name. And that's been my concern about what's happening in our country with the lack of information. We saw it with COVID. During COVID-19, that was the most confusing time I have ever seen in this country. You could not get any facts. I just wanted facts. I didn't want somebody's take on it. I wanted facts so we could stay safe and we could get through it in a logical way. But instead, it became insanity, especially with social media. All kinds of stories were coming out. And when it comes to the media, Dr. Carson had more to say about it.
America has been a place where there has been openness. There's been transparency. That's one of the things that provides the liberty that we have. And when you see communist regimes, socialist regimes, what do? They shut down the discussion. Anybody who disagrees with them is either ridiculed or persecuted. And we see ourselves moving in that direction. And we need to be very careful. We're on the brink of turning into something else if we're not vigilant at this point.
The thing is, and Dr. Carson, I agree with everything he says, but I think we've already reached that. And that's why I think we're at an important, basically an important part of the road right now. Because I think we're already there. We look like a banana republic or even worse. And there is misinformation. And if someone does question anything, they basically call you an enemy. If you question anything, whether it be COVID-19, whether it be this administration's shady dealings, no matter what it is, and I'm right, especially if you don't go along with the left narrative right now. If you are against children being subjected to literature that is basically telling them that, hey, man, it's okay to be a transgender. And if you say that that is not appropriate for children, then you're a homophobe. If you don't agree with Black Lives Matter, you're a racist. The name calling, the constant name calling. See, the liberals all talk about being, that they are for adversity. They're for inclusion of everyone. The only place they fall apart on that is on the school of thought. That's where their true colors show. They want to stop you. Look at Joe Rogan. If you question anything in this country that doesn't go along with the narrative of the left, they want to destroy you. And they're trying and they're succeeding. That's why there needs to be a change in this country, because we're going down a dangerous path. And there's no better example of that than RFK Jr., what's happened to him on the campaign trail. We'll have that for you coming up next. It's Nashville's Morning News. Johnny B. with you until 9 o'clock when Pamela Furr comes in. In for Dan Mandis this morning, who returns tomorrow. We'll have more coming up. Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Hey folks, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the biggest decisions people have to make in retirement is how to take Social Security. You'll get all kinds of workshops about that, and you'll see all kinds of things about that particular topic. Because Social Security, for some people, it might be a third or even more of their income in retirement. So you want to get this decision right. Well, how do you make the decision? Well, one of the things we look at, there are programs we use. This is one of the simpler programs that we use right here. And I want to just show you how it works and how it actually unravels some of the misconceptions we have about Social Security. So we have two people here, they're age 60, and they're looking at filing for Social Security. One person has a retirement benefit of $2,500. That is their main benefit from Social Security at their full retirement age. The other one has a $500 benefit. And what we can do here, which is kind of cool, is look at this and say, okay, well, what if we have this person has that life expectancy and that person has that life expectancy there? And then what we do is we assume a certain cost of living increase in Social Security. What would be the optimal for taking the benefit where they get the most benefit or the most bang from their buck? And where we see the star, that shows that we would have the best benefit. Now, this is one person filing at age 67, the other person at age 70. Well, a lot of people think, well, I retire, I have to take Social Security at the same time that I retire, and that's not necessarily the case. As you can see here, one may take it at one age and one may take it at another, even though they're the same age right now. Now, the other thing we can do is say, well, what if I took it early? What if I took it at this particular age right here, where one person's 65 and the other one's 65? You can actually see how much it could cost in benefits. When we do this, we can see how much it might cost us and how much it might affect us negatively to do that. Now, the other thing we can do is we can play around the life expectancies, and we say, well, if this person lives to that age, now the cost is $187,000 in this particular example, taking it at that age right there. So you can see, based on your own life expectancy, and typically people will say, well, what did my parents live to, and come up with that type of data. So this is just part of the financial planning process that we use at Paul Winkler Inc. If you want to know more about what we do, you can get a free 15-minute phone call at our website, paulwinkler.com. We do financial planning, full financial planning. We do investing education and investing. We actually help people through those decisions, helping them set up their 401ks and those types of decisions, as well as risk management. But we don't get paid on commission. That's what makes us so different from other firms out there that do what we do. So if you want to find out more, go to paulwinkler.com.
A searing heat wave causing power grid problems in Texas and a weird occurrence in the northwestern United States. I'll explain at 6:30 on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Thanks, Jay. Nothing worse than a Texan trying to get their electric car all charged up, and they can't. Hey, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, you won't believe what he told the NBC News yesterday during his trip to Beijing. It just shows you why the Biden administration needs to be out of there. And a guy that is seriously challenging both Biden and President Trump, actually, is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And YouTube has censored him. And he actually, I have some sound from him where he does appeal to those that, well, were against the lockdowns. And he's got a great point. And I'll have that sound for you coming up. It's Nashville's Morning News. Johnny B. in for Dan Mandis. He returns tomorrow. Right now, though, let's check out the news with Jay Harper on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 6:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Cloudy conditions. We've got some scattered showers in Middle Tennessee. 70 degrees on Music Row. A full forecast and a traffic report in just a few minutes. Days after violent storms swept across the region, more than 50,000 homes and businesses in East Texas are still without power. And they're looking for high temperatures today, around 100 degrees.
At the Winona Volunteer Fire Department, one of many cooling centers around East Texas, Lorraine Warren sips on water and waits for the power to be restored in her home.
I don't have any family that I can go stay with.
Rachel Moreno is mayor of the community of 643.
This has hit us pretty hard. For us to be such a small town, I mean, it's made me cry quite a bit.
The surrounding county is not part of the governor's disaster declaration, so Winona is relying on local businesses and charities to lend a hand.
That is Jim Ryan reporting. This is a weird story out of the northwestern United States. Armed with vacuums and power washers, people in the western U.S., they're battling millions of crickets. ABC's Andrew Dimbert reports that the bugs began invading Idaho a few weeks ago, and now they're headed south.
Some homeowners are using vacuums and power washers to clear out the crickets. Killing the 2-inch-long plump crickets can lead to a smell described as burning flesh. The sheer quantity of insects on the streets now forcing the Nevada Department of Transportation to use plows and warn of slick roads due to the squashed bugs.
It's almost like an oil slick.
Outbreaks of Mormon crickets have been recorded throughout history across the West in Nevada, Idaho, Utah, Montana, and Oregon, causing widespread damage to crops and other vegetation.
Tropical storm Brett has formed in the central Atlantic. It's likely to strengthen into a hurricane later this week. The storm currently has winds of about 40 miles an hour. It's moving to the west and projected to turn into a hurricane tomorrow night as it travels toward the Caribbean. And let's hear it for the Tennessee Volunteer Baseball team. They lived to play another day in the College World Series. Things were looking pretty bad yesterday. They were down 4-0, but then came roaring back to take the victory away from Stanford and eliminate Stanford. The final score, 6-4. UT now faces LSU today in another elimination game. That first pitch is at 6 o'clock our time. That is the latest news, traffic and weather. They are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Good morning, 639. It's Supertalk 99.7 WTN. It's Nashville's morning news. Dan Mandis earned a day off. Johnny B in for Dan. Ken Weaver under the weather. We have Jay Harper in the newsroom. And, of course, Mason Fleming is guiding the ship, and we are so glad you're with us. 615-737-9986. That's the number to call, and you can also super text that way. And we are reading the super texts. I promise you. In fact, we're going to read a couple right now. You can also check us at, YouTube, Facebook Live, Twitter, Twitch, even our own website, Supertalk997 WTN, to check Supertalk TV for those of you that like to see what we look like. I can tell you before you go there, we've got faces made for radio, and you'll find that out for yourself when you watch Supertalk TV on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. The Supertalk continues all day long, by the way. 9 o'clock, you have Pamela Furr. She'll be in here at that time. And then at 12 noon, I'm hoping, I don't know what the schedule looks like today because we've had several people under the weather, Brian Wilson being one of them. I hope Brian is feeling better. But at 12 noon, it's the Murphy Show. Hopefully, Matt Murphy will be there in his normal time slot. And hopefully, Brian Wilson here at 3 o'clock for the drive. Let's hope Brian's feeling better. He's had a rough go of it. But we've had some super texts coming in that are very interesting. Let's see. Oh, man, they're coming in hot and heavy. Anyway, 4702 says that Ken has vacation varitis. Said it usually lasts 24 to 48 hours. Very funny, but I think actually Ken's been having some issues with his health, and so we're hoping everything's okay, and it's maybe it is vacationitis. Then 9707 texts in, because we were having some issues with the lights flickering, like strobe lights, says Johnny is having a mushroom flashback. And then on a more serious note, 9004 says nothing's going to happen to the Bidens or anybody else in the deep state. And, that's my fear, too. 9004 is that I believe that it's just going to be the same old story like it has been with the Clintons, with anybody that's, basically just used the law and broken it many times. For those that are in with deep state, if you want to call it that, which I believe it is. And there's more insanity coming from the Biden administration. I think one reason why they're not doing well in the polls, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said to NBC News yesterday during his trip to Beijing that, remember the spy balloon that flew over the United States, over a lot of areas that were, off limits to the Chinese? According to Blinken, that chapter should be closed. We should just forget all about that. What? He spent 2 days meeting with senior Chinese officials and President Xi Jinping. He said he's trying to stop the downward spiral in relations between the world's two largest economies. He said it's not the product of one visit, even as intense and in some ways productive as this was, but it's a good and I think important start. So to start that, he said that we should just forget about China sending a spy balloon over the United States and taking pictures of sensitive areas they shouldn't have had their nose in. Man, I tell you, once again, it's not what they tell you, it's what they're not telling you. And I'm quite concerned about this. See, that it just seems like the Chinese, it's like every foreign entity owns Joe Biden. That's why Donald Trump, if you really want to get down to it, appealed to so many people. The guy's rich enough that nobody can own him. In fact, he was rich enough to say, I don't even want the salary. I'll donate that to charities. But Biden, where did he get his wealth from? That's been a topic of discussion this morning. Where did Joe Biden get so rich? Off a senator's salary, off a vice president's salary. Millions of dollars. And a lot of it is because he and his wife have corporations that cannot really be documented. You really can't follow the money with them. But they set up these corporations after he got out of the vice president's office. And that's when they got millions of dollars. But nobody's concerned about that. No, we're more concerned with rich, mean old Donald Trump. And I've said it before, I'm not a huge Donald Trump fan. I was a fan of his presidency because that was the only year I have done great. No other presidential administration did as much for my economy and my well-being, and a lot of others too, as that one. And the thing about Donald Trump, the dude's a businessman. He thrives on indictments. He thrives on problems. And that's what makes a lot of businessmen great at what they do. They tackle problems. And that's why Donald Trump has been so appealing to those in the middle class, is that he tackles problems. Plus, he's tackling problems that are important to the middle class. And Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he's making some waves. And it got him off YouTube. We'll have that story up next. Right now, though, time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. It looks like the weather is going to be much like it was yesterday. We're going to have clouds hanging around. We'll have a chance of showers and thunderstorms. They won't be long-term, but you'll have one pass over you with a lot of rain, maybe some thunder and lightning. High today of 80 degrees. Right now, we're at 67 degrees on Supertalk 99.7 WTN right here on Music Row where we reside. Now, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he's running for president. And he's worrying the Democrats a lot, and even worrying some Republicans as well, because he's saying some things that, are resonating with some Republicans. And he had a video out on YouTube, and it was taken down by YouTube because he's questioning everything about COVID, from the lockdowns to the vaccines. And he said not enough reporting was given to alternative treatments of COVID. And because of that, he was taken down on YouTube, but Elon Musk allowed it to go on his site, of course, Twitter, his social media site. So if you want to see Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s message about COVID, it's on Twitter. Because free speech can't be allowed on YouTube anymore. Kennedy's campaign told Fox News Digital that although vaccines are not a major priority for Mr. Kennedy in this campaign, he'll be happy to debate the issue with any prominent proponent of the conventional view. And in fact, Joe Rogan got involved, and Elon Musk did as well. They touched off a firestorm over the weekend as they pushed a prominent vaccine scientist by the name of Dr. Peter Hotez. They offered him $100,000 to the charity of his choice if he agreed to debate Kennedy on Rogan's program. After Hotez slammed a recent interview Kennedy had on Rogan's program as awful and nonsense. Several other figures have also offered large sums to encourage Hotez, who is a frequent guest on CNN and MSNBC during the pandemic, who pushed controversial mask and vaccine mandates, to debate with Kennedy. He's been praised by some of the right for his criticisms of COVID-19 vaccines. And in fact, Joe Rogan tweeted, Peter, if you claim that RFK Jr. is saying what he's saying is misinformation, I'm offering you $100,000 to the charity of your choice if you're willing to debate him on my show with no time limit. The doctor replied, I don't want to go on a show and make it a Jerry Springer moment. See, that's always the deal. If you remember when late Phil Valentine was making his movie, An Inconsistent Truth, about all the lies Al Gore was perpetrating with global warming, Al Gore would never debate Phil, ever. And not just Phil, anybody. He even turned microphones off if someone questioned him at any kind of press conference. See, that's a whole thing. They don't want to debate you. You're just supposed to accept it as fact. Now, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was talking to Neil Cavuto on Fox Business. He kind of blamed Trump a little bit, and I'll tell you why I disagree with him on some things that he's saying. But some that he's saying, he's telling Cavuto really the truth.
Right now, Neil, the polls show President Biden losing to Donald Trump, who is the presumptive nominee of the Republican Party. I'm in a better position to run against Donald Trump than any of the Democrats because I can hold him accountable for the worst thing that he did, which was the lockdowns. The lockdowns were absolutely catastrophic. The lockdowns, we now know, the countries that had less lockdowns in the states, you can put them again side by side, and those are the countries. Sweden, for example.
Okay, I got to stop there. I don't blame Trump for the lockdowns, even though he did it. And even though he was told by advisors, because we've talked to one, Stephen Moore, that worked in the Trump administration, who told him, if you do these lockdowns, it will forever stain your presidency. The lockdowns were a mistake, but I think President Trump was basically, he was browbeat into doing it, not only by Dr. Fauci, who should be held accountable for a lot of things, but also by the media, by everyone. If you would have had any more COVID deaths, they would have been blamed on Donald Trump. So I think he did the only thing he could do as a president at that time. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. had more to say.
Right now, Neil, the polls show President Biden losing.
Okay, I don't know why
Trump,
it's not. I don't know why it didn't work, but it didn't. I hate this system. Anyway, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is basically saying that he would not have closed down the country because it cost trillions of dollars, which it did. A lot of points he makes are great, but some of them I think are a little off. Also with Joe Rogan, he has said that he is worried about the CIA taking him out. And I think he has to be careful talking like that. Even though there probably is some truth to it, a lot of people are going to look at him as he's being wacky. Some people don't believe in the deep state. I am one that does. 6:53, it's Nashville's Morning News. We've got more coming up. It's right here on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
New details being revealed in the deaths of those 2 American tourists in Mexico. And the U.S. Secretary of State commenting on his trip to Beijing. I'll have those stories and more at 7 o'clock on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay. It's 6:57, Nashville's Morning News. Johnny B. M. for Dan Mandis. Next hour, we're going to get into what's happening on Reddit. And it all has to do with the Tennessee special session that's coming up in August. And it's not good. There's a lot of leftists on there that are, they're basically threatening violence. And we'll cover that coming up next hour on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 7 o'clock, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We have a mostly cloudy sky. We've actually dropped a degree. We are at 69 degrees. We'll have a complete forecast and another traffic report in just a few minutes. New details emerging after 2 people from California were found dead last week at a luxury resort in Mexico. According to preliminary reports from local police, 28-year-old Abby Lutz and 41-year-old John Heathcote died after inhaling toxic gas. But the investigation is still ongoing. Here's more now from ABC's Rhiannon Ally.
Employees claim the resort has ignored signs of possible gas leaks and claim carbon monoxide detectors were disabled to stop their alarms from disturbing guests. A former night manager told the Los Angeles Times they knew there were problems with gas leaks. Everyone was aware of the alarms and that the detectors were off. The resort responding, saying it's deeply troubled by the recent allegations and speculation, saying it's cooperating with the investigation.
Despite close calls in the South China Sea and spy balloons flying over the U.S. in recent months, there's no agreement to resume direct military-to-military communication with China after Secretary Antony Blinken's high-stakes trip to Beijing this week. Blinken on Good Morning America this morning, insisting that his meeting with President Xi Jinping was productive and addressed the fentanyl crisis.
A big part of the problem is the chemical precursors that go into fentanyl being manufactured in China, sent over to Mexico, turned into fentanyl, come into the country, and kill a lot of Americans. So we're talking about forming a working group to be able to cooperate on that.
Former President Trump is now responding to claims about a recording in which sources say he can be heard showing off secret government information. ABC's Ike Ejiochi reports that the audio is a key piece of evidence in Trump's federal indictment.
Prosecutors say Trump is heard on audio showing what he called secret information to people at his New Jersey golf club in 2021 and acknowledged the document was classified and highly confidential.
I didn't have a document per se. There was nothing to declassify. These were newspaper stories, magazine stories.
In a new interview with Fox News, Trump says he was not referring to an actual document on that recording.
Tropical storm Brett has formed in the central Atlantic Ocean, and it's likely to gain strength and become a hurricane sometime tomorrow night. Currently, it has winds of about 40 miles an hour, and it's heading toward the Caribbean. The Tennessee Volunteer baseball team, they lived to play another day. It looked rather dire for them yesterday. They were down 4-0 against Stanford, but they came roaring back and won the game 6-4. The Vols now face LSU, the Tigers, 6 o'clock in another elimination game. That is going on at the World Series in Omaha. The Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. You can find them online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures before the opening bell. The Dow down 112, S&P's down 14, NASDAQ down 50. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather. They are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
Top of the morning to you. It's 7:08. It's Nashville's morning news, and it's not Dan Mendes. I'm sorry to tell you that. Dan will be here tomorrow. He's earned a day off. You got Johnny B in his place. Ken Weaver is unfortunately under the weather. He's supposed to be back from vacation, but he is feeling not so well, so we're hoping he gets better soon. But we have Jay Harper in the newsroom, and, of course, in my spot, Mason Fleming. And we're so happy to have you on board. 8:05, you want to be here because we'll have Eddie Scarry. You may remember him from the Washington Examiner. Had him on WTN a lot of times, on a lot of shows. But he's got a piece in the Federalist, and it's about a book that was found in the Indianapolis Public Library by friends of his kids, ages 6 and 4. Found this book. It's called Tabitha and Magoo Dress Up Too. It's all about, well, how being trans will keep you from not being depressed, being happy. And that's what's being, that's what's being shoved down your kids' throats, basically. We'll have that at 8:05 coming up. The special session is coming up next month in Tennessee. The governor has called for this. And on Reddit, the social website, there is a lot of chatter that is starting to get troublesome and starting to sound violent. And so it really just adds to the chorus of people that are asking the governor to please not do this special session. But it looks like he's going to anyway. A big story, though, that's taken over the news today is a rescue operation that's underway in the Atlantic Ocean right now, in search of a submarine. I can't say it. I just say a
submarine.
A submarine.
Submarine.
It's a very small submarine. It's the size of basically a van. If Jay wants to jump in, please do. But it's carrying 5 people to observe the wreckage of the Titanic. It has not been heard from for several hours since last night.
Well, actually, Johnny, it went on its trip on Sunday. So it's, been almost a couple of days now.
Really?
That they've not heard from this thing.
Gosh.
Yeah.
So this is not good. This is not good. British billionaire explorer Hamish Harding was the one that kind of got this trip going. And even the company's chief executive, Stockton Rush, is reportedly on board as well. And he was saying that the craft was rock solid. So there's going to be a lot of questions to be answered, whatever the outcome of this is. But the best thing you can do is pray for these folks because it's not looking good.
Yeah. As we alluded to earlier in the morning, this craft has had communication problems in the past. People that have written on it before said that when they took the thing, they were lost for like 2.5 hours. They lost communication, didn't know where they were. I tell you, this probably, if this turns out poorly, as unfortunately it's kind of leaning that way.
Right.
I can't see that this program would continue. Could you? Unless they can fix this issue. I don't see. Who the heck's going to want to fork over $250,000 for this kind of risk?
Oh yeah, that's the whole thing, folks. Is it's the people that are on this, because there are some tourists on board, and they had to pay $250,000 to just take this little tour of the Titanic. And it sounds cool. I mean, I understand the reason they went down there. They're interested in seeing the wreckage. But man, I would not go that deep underwater with a craft that's already had trouble in the past. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens after this. I'm just praying everybody gets out alive and it's okay. But it's not looking good because they're down, from what I understand, it's like 70 hours of air, possibly. And it was supposed to have some weights that would have automatically dumped and let the thing submerge. But apparently that didn't work. So there's going to be a lot of questions and hopefully some answers coming up. But we'll keep you up to date on that with with Jay and the news coming up at 7:30. So keep it right here. Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Like one super texter said, didn't they say that about the Titanic? That it was unsinkable. Very true. But anyway, we have other things in the news, and it's quite troubling. Of course, we have the special session coming up in August with the governor. And it's just a few weeks away now. Governor Lee hosted some lawmakers at the governor's residence to discuss ideas. And a lot of those have been Democrats, and they're all for this thing. And they said Parkinson, Antonio Parkinson, a Democrat from Memphis, and Senator Heidi Campbell both made the trip last week, and they were all very upbeat. But a lot of Republicans and a lot of, First Amendment and Second Amendment supporters are saying that the special session should be canceled. And I'll give you a good reason why it should. We've already heard a leaked tape recording of some people that are wanting to protest and do it loudly and possibly violently, but they've also shown themselves on the social website Reddit. And I'm going to enlighten you on what's being said on Reddit and what Reddit's all about. Some of you may not know what Reddit is all about. We'll tell you about that coming up next. Right now, though, let's check the traffic in Nashville with the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center. Thank you much, Jack. Looks like we're going to see cloudy skies today. And once again, this pattern we've been seeing, chance of showers and thunderstorms developing. And they won't be long lasting, but they will have some downpours, and you may see some thunder and lightning, or you'll hear some thunder, actually. High of 80 degrees today. Currently, we're at 69 degrees on Nashville's Music Row. Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Now, Reddit, this is a website that claims to be the front page of the internet. But it looks like it's turned into a hotbed for radicalization. These are just some of the things that have been said on Reddit about the special session coming up next month in Tennessee. One from, I can't pronounce it. I don't know what this user's name is. It's really crazy. But I was telling him what he wrote. This is a valid reason to riot. While legally I can't advocate for vandalism, the houses of every Republican in the Tennessee Congress is a valid target with publicly available addresses. Legally, this person should be questioned. Another one calls himself Bones Justice. I'm not saying y'all should burn the Republicans' houses down, just that if you did, I would approve. Does that sound like a very stable person to you? Another one says, can we give violence a chance? Peace sure isn't working. Only a matter of time until the GOP seeks to seize power with guns. Please. Tell Biden to get those drones in the air. Oh, Lord. Another one. Pangea, 1972, says violence is the answer. Evil of this magnitude has never been dispelled without blood in the streets. It is the only way. Folks, this is what you're dealing with. And Governor Lee, this is what you'll be dealing with. Now, Reddit is a social site, basically. And the thing is, it's uniquely suited for this type of radicalization. It relies heavily on more than 40,000 volunteer moderators that act as guide rails for subreddits, allowing good faith and positive discourse to flourish. However, Reddit's moderators wield remarkable power, and they go largely unchecked because the value of these unpaid moderators bring to the platform makes them indispensable, no matter how drunk on power they become. The free reign that moderators have over the site gives them inordinate power over the system. Now, often these moderators are not selected based on their ability to moderate, but rather on their desire to moderate. And since these moderators are volunteers, one of the biggest rewards for becoming a Reddit moderator is the power that they yield. See, the problem Reddit is facing is that many of their moderators are no longer interested in moderating speech. Instead, the activist moderators, which there are quite a few on Reddit, use their power to suppress the speech of anybody of dissenting opinion. Subreddits tumble into radicalization echo chambers. They achieve this by censoring and banning anybody that goes against the narrative. What was I saying last hour? What's the sign of a Marxist society? Suppression. And that's what's happening. The left is claiming they're free, baby. And they're all for inclusion of everybody except you, because you don't agree. You don't agree with the narrative. In fact, if you want proof of this assertion, Donald Trump hates black people, you're banned. You say that you don't believe that, you're banned. You refute the claim genital surgery is not performed on minors in the States, you're banned. Or if you're Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and you question COVID and everything that was done during that, the lockdowns, you're banned. But now they are saying that they want to use violence during this special session. We also heard a recording that talked about this. And they're trying to paint you, a responsible gun owner, that you are one to be feared and that you're going to use guns to silence them. Give me a break. So next time you deal with Reddit, I wouldn't be dealing with them at all. I wouldn't give them the time of day. And you have to be careful of what companies you go with, because so many are giving to woke causes these days. We have more news, too, coming up on Trump. And something that was said on national television that's not going over well when talking about Trump. We'll have all that for you coming up. It's Nashville's Morning News, 737-9986, 615 in front of that. If you want a super text, you can catch us on Supertalk TV, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Johnny B. in for Dan Mandis this morning. It's Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Hey folks, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the biggest decisions people have to make in retirement is how to take Social Security. You'll get all kinds of workshops about that, and you'll see all kinds of things about that particular topic. Because Social Security, for some people, it might be a third or even more of their income in retirement. So you want to get this decision right. Well, how do you make the decision? Well, one of the things we look at, there are programs we use. This is one of the simpler programs that we use right here. And I want to just show you how it works and how it actually unravels some of the misconceptions we have about Social Security. So we have two people here, they're age 60, and they're looking at filing for Social Security. One person has a retirement benefit of $2,500. That is their main benefit from Social Security at their full retirement age. The other one has a $500 benefit. And what we can do here, which is kind of cool, is look at this and say, okay, well, what if we have this person has that life expectancy and that person has that life expectancy there? And then what we do is we assume a certain cost of living increase in Social Security. What would be the optimal for taking the benefit where they get the most benefit or the most bang from their buck? And where we see the star, that shows that we would have the best benefit. Now, this is one person finally at age 67, the other person at age 70. Well, a lot of people think, well, I retire, I have to take Social Security at the same time that I retire, and that's not necessarily the case. As you can see here, one may take it at one age and one may take it at another, even though they're the same age right now. Now, the other thing we can do is say, well, what if I took it early? What if I took it at this particular age right here, where one person's 65 and the other one's 65? You can actually see how much it could cost in benefits. When we do this, we can see how much it might cost us and how much it might affect us negatively to do that. Now, the other thing we can do is we can play around the life expectancies, and we say, well, if this person lives to that age, now the cost is $187,000 in this particular example, taking it at that age right there. So you can see, based on your own life expectancy, and typically people will say, well, what did my parents live to, and come up with that type of data. So this is just part of the financial planning process that we use at Paul Winkler Inc. If you want to know more about what we do, you can get a free 15-minute phone call at our website, paulwinkler.com. We do financial planning, full financial planning. We do investing, education, and investing. We actually help people through those decisions, helping them set up their 401ks and those types of decisions, as well as risk management. But we don't get paid on commission. That's what makes us so different from other firms out there that do what we do. So if you want to find out more, go to paulwinkler.com.
It is a race against time in trying to locate that lost submersible in the Atlantic. And President Biden on the campaign trail in California. I'll have those stories and more at 7:30 on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Thanks, Jay. Appreciate it. We've got some Trump news coming up. Also, didn't know if you saw this, Republican presidential candidate, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He was at a Nevada bar, and he was talking to the crowd. He was serving beer over the weekend, and he basically said, just so you know, I'll serve you anything except Bud Light, which got a rousing response from the crowd. We'll have more on Donald Trump coming up next, and something that was said that slipped up and wasn't too nice on a major news network. It's 7:30. It's Nashville's Morning News. Johnny B. in for Dan Mendes this morning on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
It is 7:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Cloudy and 69 degrees. We do have some scattered showers as well. A full forecast and traffic are on the way. It is a race against time. Nearly 1,000 miles off the coast of Cape Cod as crews try to find a small vessel with 5 people on board that were supposed to tour the wreckage of the Titanic. The vessel, operated by private company OceanGate, is thought to be about 13,000 feet below sea level. The people on board have enough oxygen until Thursday, so the U.S. Coast Guard is hard at work trying to track it down. Rear Admiral John Mauger telling Good Morning America today that rescuers are searching an area roughly the size of Connecticut.
Our crews in the Coast Guard and partners across both the U.S. government and within Canada and the private sector have been working round the clock to bring all capabilities that we have to bear on finding the submersible and locating the people.
President Biden on the road with official events and campaign stops in California. Karen Travers from ABC News is with the president.
President Biden continues his West Coast swing with another day in California, raising campaign cash and focusing on artificial intelligence. The president attends 2 more fundraisers for his reelection campaign, making 4 total for this California trip. Mr. Biden will also attend an official event with AI experts and researchers, which the White House says is part of his commitment to making this issue a top priority and looking at the opportunities of the technology while managing the risks.
That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
7:37, it's Nashville's morning news, and Johnny B in for Dan Manders this morning. Glad you came along with us. You also have Jay Harper in the newsroom, who's keeping track of the submarine that is off the Atlantic, that was touring the Titanic, that we've not heard from. We'll have more updates on that coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. Also, we have Mason Fleming in for me. He's guiding the ship, basically. And, of course, you can watch us on Supertalk TV on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook Live. You can see that I'll just speak for myself. I have a face for radio. And then on top of that, you can super text us at 615-737-9986. Got a couple coming in. One talking about, when I was talking, was basically covering about Reddit and some of the posters on there getting really violent in their discussions about the Tennessee special session. This comes from 3556. Good point, by the way. Johnny, respectively, you can read comments that are equally inciting on Fox News from those affiliated with the right. And I agree. It's not just Fox News. I've read online some things from the right, from people on the right, that go down that road as well. The only thing that's concerning me about this one is that it sounds like they are trying to basically implement something to disrupt this special session next month in August. And there's a lot more money behind some of these groups than you find on the right. A lot of these people that you see on the right, look, it's brave to be behind a keyboard. You can say anything. People will, and they are. Some of these people is just empty threats. Others are more serious, and you have to take them seriously, especially in this crazy world that we're living in. But I'm quite concerned about this special session. I'm concerned for the safety of our elected officials because the other side's really being ramped up right now. Governor Lee is not helping the situation. He may think he is, but he's not. He's not helping it at all. Another super texter, I won't go into the whole thing. It's very lengthy, but he basically doesn't like me, and that's cool. Said he'd rather have Pamela Furr. Well, let me tell you, Pamela Furr's coming up at 9 a.m. on this very station, so you'll get Pamela Furr at that time. So just hang right here with Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Look, not everybody likes me. I've been married a few times. I understand that sentiment. But I love you, man. Anyway, the goal of a federal indictment charging former President Donald Trump with illegally stashing a trove of official documents at his Florida home is being called election interference by his own lawyer. His lawyer, Christina Bobb, said that on Monday on Newsmax. She was on John Bachman. Now she dismissed suggestions that the charges are aimed to throw Donald Trump in prison. She says, I think their goal is to keep him out of the White House. I think all of this is election interference. They're terrified of him going back into office and cleaning house, cleaning up the corruption. And so they telegraph what they want to do. I think there may be some truth to it. Now, if Donald Trump is guilty of this indictment, he should answer to it. I'm just a little concerned because anytime this guy has been, part of a witch hunt, which the whole Russian collusion thing was, it took up his entire run as a president. And a lot of that was not based on fact at all. It was just based on a dossier that was paid for by Hillary Clinton. Now, that's collusion. But I think we need to look at this long and hard. She said, I truly believe this is all aimed at keeping him out of the White House and that they're not specifically trying to throw him in jail, although if they did, they probably wouldn't be sad about it, she added. I don't see it happening. I don't think Donald Trump is going to jail for any reason, one way or the other. Another person that's kind of agreeing with this is none other than Dershowitz himself. He said he's not facing a slam dunk case. He said the charges against Donald Trump in connection to the classified documents at his Florida home do not constitute a slam dunk case or a kind of case that should be brought against a man who's running against the incumbent president of the United States. That's from Alan Dershowitz, who, by the way, is not a big Trump fan. And I've said many times before on this radio station, much to the angering of some that listen to this station, I've not been a big fan of Donald Trump, a person. I did like his presidency because I think he did a lot of things right. Plus, look at what the guy faces all the time, and it doesn't make him blink. And I've seen that in a lot of businessmen. Businessmen thrive. They thrive on solving problems. It makes their day. So the more you sling at this guy, the more he hits back. Dershowitz said that this will be on television. Every American will make their own decision based on the evidence, not through the prism of the New York Times or CNN or MSNBC. He said much of the case will depend on whether the court will exclude conversations Trump had with his attorneys, which may be covered by lawyer-client privilege. And Dershowitz was asked if he thinks the case amounts to the political persecution of Trump. He replied, "It's politically motivated." Everybody believes that. Even some on the left that absolutely can't stand the man that voted against him. I know they see this as politically motivated. And it is. It's so obvious. It's crystal clear. He said, I think Trump fell into the trap that was politically motivated by saying things he said on tape, which I agree with this, and by saying the things he said to his lawyers, so there's some fault on both sides. That's a fair analysis. Meanwhile, the Presidential Records Act may or may not come into play as part of Trump's defense, according to Dershowitz. He said clearly it has some application, but it does allow for civil disputes about who owns personal presidential material to be resolved civilly without a criminal trial, but it doesn't expressly apply to classified material, which might be in the possession of the president. And one thing I find interesting, you had Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. The FBI storms in. He's not allowed to be anywhere near the residence. He and everybody in the house, they're outside. Cameras are turned off. And as much as I don't trust the FBI, Lord knows what they were doing. I know a lot of people have been saying, oh, this doesn't look good. Have you seen the pictures? Yeah, I've seen the pictures. And it looks damning. But I also know, too, the FBI has been up to a lot of shenanigans. And I don't trust them like I used to. They're politically motivated. And they seem to be doing the bidding for those on the left. It's 7:46, time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Brother Jack. Looks like our weather today is going to be cloudy. You look for some showers and thunderstorms developing anytime today. It just depends on where you're at. A high of 80 degrees. This is going to continue for most of the week, so get used to it. It's 69 degrees, mostly cloudy on Nashville's Music Row at Supertalk 99.7 WTN. I don't know if you heard this or not, but Democrat Virgin Islands delegate Stacey Plaskett, well, she made a unfortunate statement while she was talking about former President Donald Trump. Now, she represents a non-voting U.S. territory, and she was criticizing Trump's handling of classified documents. This was during a live segment on MSNBC on Sunday. And she kind of slipped up in making a comment. In fact, it outraged a lot of folks. And I'll play it for you. It's a slip up, but it's a monumental slip up. Oh, Lordy. Listen to this.
Having Trump not only have had the codes, but now having the classified information for Americans and being able to put that out and share it in his resort with anyone and everyone who comes through should be terrifying to all Americans, and he needs to be stopped.
He should be shot. Stopped. Now, it's a misspeak. It can happen. But the video immediately began circulating on social media, and you can imagine what happened. Several Twitter users taking the comments seriously and calling for her removal from office. And one conservative communicator named Steve Guest said, imagine the outrage if a Republican said this about a Democrat. And one also said, don't you hate when your mouth says what you're really thinking? One person said this is a direct threat to President Trump and someone needs to investigate. Plaskett needs to be removed immediately, according to a Twitter user. That's not a slip of the tongue. She's an adult. She should be able to handle public speaking with her position. And it had, hashtag remove Plaskett. It may be what she's really thinking, but it was a misspeak. I don't think the woman really wants to shoot Trump or that he should be shot. She misspoke, and she should come out about it and admit to it. But should she be removed? I don't think so. People misspeak all the time. Listen to this radio station. Listen to any radios. Listen to anyone that speaks publicly. Good Lord, listen to Joe Biden. He misspeaks every day. Every single day. But it was unfortunate, definitely. And if it's on her mind, then Trump's living rent-free in her head, and she's got some serious issues to look over. I may disagree with people, but I don't believe that the outcome should be violent for them. As much as I dislike this administration, I don't want any harm to come to any of them. I really don't. I want them out of office, and I'll do anything to get them out of office because they're causing a lot of misery among us, of those in the working class, the middle class. But I don't want anything bad to happen to them. And if you are in that mindset that we were talking about on the left or right, and you're behind a keyboard basically saying violent things and making violent statements and hoping that violence comes to these people, to their homes, you really need to go into therapy. You really need to look at yourself. Coming up next hour, 8:05 a.m., we are talking to Eddie Scarry. He has once been a part of the Washington Examiner. He's now with the Federalist, also a great author himself. He's going to be talking about a book that was found in the Indianapolis Public Library that is touting that being transgender is a way to stay happy, to not be unhappy. And it's a children's book. And 2 children, 6 and 4 years old, found the book. He'll have more on the story coming up next hour, 8:05, right here on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
It continues to be a race against time in trying to locate that lost submersible in the Atlantic. And a weird, strange occurrence in the northwestern U.S. I'll have those stories at 8 o'clock on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Brother Jay. It's 7:56, Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Johnny B in for Dan Mandis, who returns tomorrow. Thank goodness. We're looking forward to hearing from him all about his Bryan Adams Joan Jett date experience with his wife. Also, we hope that Ken Weaver gets well soon. Kim is supposed to be back today, but he is feeling under the weather, so he is not with us, which is why we have the great Jay Harper sitting in for Ken this morning. And we've got a lot more coming up. We've got none other than one of my favorite people, Eddie Scarry. He has a piece in the Federalist, and it will just shock you. It's unbelievable. But at an Indianapolis public library, 2 kids found a book that basically tells them that being transsexual, being a trans will make you happier. We'll get in more of the meat of that. He'll have that coming up. And we also will have the Gang of 3 Amigos next hour, too, to kind of alleviate all the heaviness that we've had today. I hope you stay with us. We're on Supertalk TV, of course, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook Live, and 615-737-9986 for those that want to super text. You can do that as well. Keep it right here, Supertalk 99.7.
Good morning. It is 8 o'clock. And I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Mostly cloudy, 69 degrees. A complete forecast and traffic are up in just a few minutes. It continues to be a race against time, nearly 1,000 miles off the coast of Cape Cod, as crews try to find a small vessel with 5 passengers on board that were supposed to tour the wreckage of the Titanic. The vessel is operated by private company OceanGate, and it's thought to be about 13,000 feet below the surface of the ocean. The people on board have enough oxygen until Thursday, so the Coast Guard is hard at work trying to track it down. Rear Admiral John Mauger telling Good Morning America today that rescue crews are using sonar buoys, among other tools, to locate the vessel.
As we continue on with the search, we're expanding our capabilities to be able to search under the water as well. And so we have a commercial vessel that's on scene now that has remote operated vehicles that will give us the ability to search under the water.
OceanGate offers trips to tour the Titanic wreckage for about $250,000. The vessel was supposed to float back to the surface after any possible malfunction. Armed with vacuums and power washers, folks in the western part of the U.S., they're battling a cricket invasion. ABC's Andrew Dimbert reports that the bugs began invading Idaho a few weeks ago, and now they're in other states.
Millions of flightless insects known as Mormon crickets have now descended on swaths of Nevada, taking over homes in the city of Elko, Nevada. Experts say the crickets have a 4 to 6 year cycle and then go dormant.
They just eat because they eat everything. Anything in their path, they'll eat, including each other.
For people in Elko, relief can't come soon enough.
Tropical storm Brett has formed in the central Atlantic Ocean. It's likely to strengthen into a hurricane by tomorrow night. Currently, the winds are at about 40 miles an hour, and it's heading toward the Caribbean. The Tennessee Volunteer Baseball team, things looking a little dire there at one point in their game yesterday against Stanford. They were down 4-0 in that College World Series game, but they came roaring back and won 6-4. UT now faces LSU. It's another elimination game tonight at 6 o'clock. The market numbers report are brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. You can find them online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures before the opening bell. The Dow down 104, S&P's down 11, and NASDAQ is down 25. That is the latest news. We've got traffic, we've got weather, and they are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
8:06, good morning. It's Tuesday morning on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis drew a day off. He will be back tomorrow morning. Jay Harper sitting in for an ailing Ken Weaver. And, of course, Mason Fleming is guiding this ship. And we're getting ready. Oh, by the way, I'm Johnny B. Glad to have you on board. You can also catch us on Supertalk TV, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook Live. 615-737-9986 is the super text number. You can also use that number to call in and talk to folks. And it's all happening right here. Supertalk 99.7 WTN. I read with interest a story that I found in the Federalist, and it was written by what I consider a very, very great guy, and also a great writer. In fact, he's got some great books like Liberal Misery, Privileged Victims, Grow Up and Vote for Trump, and Fraud and Fiction, The Real Truth Behind the Fire and Fury Inside the Trump White House. Eddie Scarry is with us. And Eddie, how are you doing this morning, my friend?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
Hey, man, it's always a pleasure to have you on. And this story that you had, it's about a book called Tabitha and Magoo Dress Up Too. Because I know the story, but I'd like for you to tell the folks out there how you came about learning about this book.
Sure. It's actually just kind of something by happenstance. And it started off as a fairly humorous story between, I'm in this, I have a text chat. There's about 4 of us in it, 3 other friends of mine, one of whom is a young woman in the Indianapolis area. I would describe her as the typical swing moderate voter.
Gotcha.
Because I would say she's probably has her record as far as votes go, it's probably a healthy mix of both Republican and Democrat. But she's married, mother of 2 young kids, one a girl, age 4, one a boy, age 6. And she was just telling us on, I guess this was I don't know if it was this past Friday or a few days before that, but she was texting the group and she says, "Oh my gosh, I just got back from the library and had no idea that my daughter, one of the books that she had picked up and that we checked out was this drag queen book." And what was kind of bizarre about that was that, of course, she took her children to the kids section, as you would for a 4 and a 6-year-old,
right?
And just kind of turn them loose, believing that whatever they get, it's going to be harmless, innocuous stuff, as you might assume about a library. So she didn't check anything. But she looked at the book and it looked exactly like any other children's book. It was illustrated, just pictures, not a lot of text, but the text inside was actually all written kind of in rhyme style. And she's flipping through, and we're kind of making fun of it because of what a silly concept that there's this drag queen book in the kids section. But it really is a kids book meant for children. And it tells the story of these 2 kids who like playing dress up, boy and a girl. And sometimes, the boy will put on his mom's heels. The girl will use her brother's T-shirts as a cape. But when they're going to go outside, that's when their parents tell them, well, you can't wear that stuff outside. And this drag queen shows up and it gives them all this long rhyming lesson on gender expression and how there are boys. And this was when it started to get very, very bizarre to me and my friends, because the mom she's taking pictures of the book and sending it to us and showing us what it says. And you get to a passage that they say, the drag queen tells the kids, some boys feel like girls inside. Some girls can feel like both a boy and a girl, and there's nothing wrong with that. And then most concerning of all was this one line, I'm paraphrasing, because again, it was written in rhyme style.
Right.
There was a page that said something to the effect of, if gender expression is stifled by rules, it causes nothing but depression. And I don't know what 4-year-old understands the concept of depression, let alone switching genders and playing with you, whether you feel like a boy or a girl inside. And I looked at the book and it was actually aged for ages 4 to 8, still very, very young. And it goes to the narrative that we have seen. And I've often wondered, I haven't paid too close attention to it. I wondered if there were people who were exaggerating what they were finding in their public school libraries, their local libraries. And it's true. I now have a friend who actually has come across this weird and creepy thing where libraries are stocking the children's sections with all this gender nonsense.
Yes, it's almost like it comes across as they're trying to groom them to take this step to change their gender.
And call it grooming if you want, but the idea and the nature of it being secretive, I think that's the new development that we're seeing in the whole trans ideology story and going after the kids and hiding it from parents. That's going to be the next big thing. We've already seen certain cases of that where schools don't want it, they keep it hidden from the students' parents, whether they want to go by a new name, whether they want to be different pronouns, whether they want to use a different restroom, and that's that was the quote unquote don't say gay bill. A big part of that in Florida was it started with there was a mom who asked the school, the public school where her daughter attended, for medical information on her daughter, and they wouldn't provide it to her. And so just this nature of being secretive and trying to do it while the parents don't know, that's going to become a very, very big part of this whole story.
Well, that, and also parents are quite troubled too if they do register some concern about this, then they're labeled homophobes. They're labeled basically terrorists by this administration. It's happened before. We even had in this area, there was a school that was they handed out a book to students. It was called The Girl with the Louding Voice, and there was another one too. And it basically described a very graphic rape scene in the book. It's unbelievable what they're putting in schools and what they want children to read. I mean, this book just doesn't seem appropriate for a 4 and a 6-year-old, and especially what's happened. I mean, it seems like, can we just let children be innocent, let them grow up, let them, learn the right way to treat people? And if they, as adults, want to change anything about themselves, then let them do that when they're adults, not when they're children.
Exactly, and this obsession with it from the left, from liberals, that children have to be exposed to this stuff. It has to be there for them. They have to have access to it, despite whether the parents believe it's inappropriate or not.
Right.
It's just a very creepy tendency that you have to be talking about sex topics with children. I think that it is a very intense fight that's going on. And at its core, it's whether parents get to have a say in their child's life and the development of their child. And the left is increasingly against that. You saw there was a speech that Joe Biden gave just the other day where he said, that's not somebody else's kids, that's all of our kids. They actually believe this stuff.
Well, it takes a village, That's what they point.
Right.
Well, but they're taking away parents' rights. I got more to ask you. We got to take a break for traffic here. So let's check the Supertalk 99.7 WTN Traffic Center, the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. Looks like it's going to be cloudy today. Chance of showers and thunderstorms, the pop-up variety. Look for a high of 80. Right now, 69 degrees. Nashville's Music Row. We are talking to Eddie Scarry, who has a great piece in the Federalist. It's about a book that was found in the Indianapolis Public Library. It's called Tabitha and Magoo Dress Up 2. And it was found by a mother that, like you said, and this gives her argument, to me, a little meat, is that she's not right-leaning or left-leaning. She's just a moderate that tends to vote either way. She votes for the person more so. So it just seems like this book is really aimed at trying to indoctrinate children in sexuality. And I think we both agree that kids, I get 4 and 6, my goodness, there's no reason to be exposing them to any kind of sexual identity or activity in my book. I don't know how you feel.
Right. Yeah, no, and that was the thing. Like you're talking about my friend. I didn't name her in the story. I'll keep her privacy, but
don't blame
you. She, it started off as we're all like kind of making fun of the book in our text chat. She's sending the pictures. We're just saying like, how ridiculous is this? But as the book progresses and as the message gets more and more explicit that this is about gender bending and trans ideology, and if you can't express yourself in the gender you want as a child, as if they even know anything about that,
right.
Then it's going to cause depression. And my friend, who is, just as you said, she's not particularly political. She only really follows it to the extent that we talk about it in the chat. She herself doesn't pursue any of that. She doesn't watch the news as closely as someone like you and me. But she was taken aback by this and said, well, wait, this is weird. And I'm so glad that no one read this book to my kid. And she expressed some alarm that her obviously her daughter is 4, doesn't know how to read, but her son is 6 and he just learned how to read. And she thought, gosh, I'm so glad he didn't get his hands on this book. And I think that that's a normal tendency for a normal parent.
Well,
I don't doubt there are liberals out there who would be thrilled to read this book to their kid, but that's their choice to make. Don't make it available to a child and dress it up in these colorful pictures. Because most parents, like as she did, taking her kid to the library, she thought nothing of it. Let them pick out what they want, and this is what they get their hands on.
See, and that's what's sad is nowadays you really have to basically look out for anything they read or anything they may view.
Right.
And the whole thing,
said.
it was like she said in your piece, she said, I support the gays and the queens, but not the idea of teaching a child they should be depressed over the gender they were born into. I mean, that's the whole point, is that if you choose, whatever you choose as an adult, that's your choice. And I think America was based on freedom, and it's freedom of choice, and whatever you want to choose to be in your adult life is fine. But what bothers me is when they're trying to tell children what they should be, and on either aspect of it. But especially, I don't like this idea of trying to expose children to any kind of sexuality. Let them be innocent. Let that be an innocent time of their life. They can choose later on what they want to be in life.
Right, and that was the exact point that she made when we were discussing this in our group chat. She said, it's just too bad that I feel like I have to look at every single thing that my child is doing at all times, because you never know, there's someone out there who wants to put this type of thing in front of them. And that's what happened. And now it really is too bad that, you think you're going to take your kids to the a good thing, do a good thing, get them books instead of, video games. And, it's almost like, well, I wish I would have got them the video game instead.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the sad commentary on our society these days. Eddie, I got to cut it short here, but real quick, how do you feel about what's the political landscape look to you right now with Trump being indicted and Biden having all sorts of problems? And you also have R.F. Kennedy Jr. coming out, and he's actually starting to make sense to both the right and the left. What's it look like to you?
It looks very, very weird. I mean, to have, I think Trump is only the first president, well, the second one in our history to have, campaigned for a non-consecutive term.
Right.
And then on top of that, now his political opponents are trying to lock him up. This is very, very strange territory, but the campaign 2024, it's a long ways away and a lot can happen.
Yes, and it's going to be entertaining if not surprising. But Eddie, I appreciate it. You can check his work out on the Federalist. Also, you can pick up his books where any good books are sold, like Amazon or any place like that. And I encourage folks to read your books because, man, they are great. And I appreciate all the great work you do. Thanks, Eddie. Appreciate you joining us. We'll be back with more. We got the Gang of Three Amigos called the Gang of Three Outcasts today. Misfits, whatever. That's coming up. It's 8:21, Nashville's Morning News, Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Hey folks, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the biggest decisions people have to make in retirement is how to take Social Security. You'll get all kinds of workshops about that, and you'll see all kinds of things about that particular topic. Because Social Security, for some people, it might be a third or even more of their income in retirement. So you want to get this decision right. Well, how do you make the decision? Well, one of the things we look at, there are programs we use. This is one of the simpler programs that we use right here. And I want to just show you how it works and how it actually unravels some of the misconceptions we have about Social Security. So we have two people here, they're age 60, and they're looking at filing for Social Security. One person has a retirement benefit of $2,500. That is their main benefit from Social Security at their full retirement age. The other one has a $500 benefit. And what we can do here, which is kind of cool, is look at this and say, okay, well, what if we have this person has that life expectancy and that person has that life expectancy there? And then what we do is we assume a certain cost of living increase in Social Security. What would be the optimal for taking the benefit where they get the most benefit or the most bang from their buck? And where we see the star, that shows that we would have the best benefit. Now, this is one person filing at age 67, the other person at age 70. Well, a lot of people think, well, I retire, I have to take Social Security at the same time that I retire, and that's not necessarily the case. As you can see here, one may take it at one age and one may take it at another, even though they're the same age right now. Now, the other thing we can do is say, well, what if I took it early? What if I took it at this particular age right here, where one person's 65 and the other one's 65? You can actually see how much it could cost in benefits. When we do this, we can see how much it might cost us and how much it might affect us negatively to do that. Now, the other thing we can do is we can play around the life expectancies, and we say, well, if this person lives to that age, now the cost is $187,000 in this particular example, taking it at that age right there. So you can see, based on your own life expectancy, and typically people will say, well, what did my parents live to, and come up with that type of data. So this is just part of the financial planning process that we use at Paul Winkler Inc. If you want to know more about what we do, you can get a free 15-minute phone call at our website, paulwinkler.com. We do financial planning, full financial planning. We do investing education and investing. We actually help people through those decisions, helping them set up their 401ks and those types of decisions, as well as risk management. But we don't get paid on commission. That's what makes us so different from other firms out there that do what we do. So if you want to find out more, go to paulwinkler.com.
In a new interview, Donald Trump denying that he showed off classified documents. And I'll have this morning's money news. That's all at 8:30 on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. And, of course, they'll probably have an update on the submersible that we're looking for that became lost, I guess, Sunday, just a couple hours after they launched the submarine down to see the Titanic. We'll have more on that as well. Don't know if you saw this, but 2 of the 3 parents who lost children in the Covenant School shooting, they filed documents on Friday to encourage a judge not to allow the release of the shooter's writings, the manifest. So that's going to continue to be a big story, and, of course, we'll cover it here on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. I don't really understand why there is such a backlash of releasing the manifesto, because anytime there's been a manifesto of anyone that is basically a multiple shooter, that's, I don't understand this. I don't know why this is become such an arguing point. And it seems like there's a lot of money behind this effort to keep it sealed and secret. And I don't think it should. I think it would help a lot to understand why this girl did what she did. But it's going to be a long time coming if we ever do get to see that manifesto. Also, on a good news note, a couple found a 40-year-old gift certificate to a hotel in Kansas City where they spent their wedding night. The hotel is now part of the Kansas City Marriott downtown complex. And this is good news. I love good news stories. They agreed to honor the gift certificate, which allows the bearer to stay at the same price as their wedding night. Isn't that cool? There's still some good things happening in the world. You just got to look for it. We've got the Gang of Three Amigos coming up next after Jay Harper informs us on the news. And then at 9 o'clock, it's Pamela Furr until 12 noon. Then you get Murphy Show, hopefully with Matt Murphy in the seat. And then we are praying that the drive will have Brian Wilson this afternoon at 3 o'clock. All of this Super Talk happens right here. You can also super text 615-737-9986. And you can watch us on Super Talk TV. I've got a face for TV. I'll just warn you ahead of time. And you can catch that on Facebook Live, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube, of course. And not to mention the Super Talk 99.7 WTN website. We'll have news next, and then, of course, the Gang of Three Amigos up next. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 8:30. Good morning. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Mostly cloudy. There are some showers in the area, 69 degrees. A complete weather forecast and a traffic report are coming right up. In a new interview, former President Trump denying that he showed off a secret document to people at his New Jersey golf club. Trump telling Fox News he was referring on tape to newspaper clippings, not a classified document. Here's more now from ABC's Ike Ejiochi in Washington, D.C.
Prosecutors accuse him of illegally keeping classified documents at his Florida resort. Trump now says he had personal items mixed in with those documents, which is why he says he did not comply with the subpoena to return the records. Trump also talking about his campaign, saying he wants to be less combative if he gets a second term.
Market numbers are brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They are online at beaconcm.com. Jim Ryan now with today's money news.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Investors get back to the trading floor today after a long Juneteenth weekend. Overnight, meanwhile, Japan's Nikkei and a broad European index were down about 1% over concerns about the direction of the Chinese economy. It's the world's second largest. A bipartisan group of lawmakers, meanwhile, will head to Detroit today. Those 4, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, will urge the heads of Ford and General Motors to reduce their reliance on Chinese auto parts, especially batteries for electric vehicles. At the same time, U.S. tech company Intel has signed a deal with the German government to build a $33 billion chip factory in the eastern city of Magdeburg. Germany will cover about a third of the cost. The Great Resignation shows no signs of stopping. A recent survey by PricewaterhouseCoopers shows a quarter of workers plan to change jobs in the next 12 months. That's up from about 19% last year.
Opening numbers for the stock market: the Dow down 165, the S&P is down 20, and NASDAQ down 56. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News.
8:38, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis going to be back tomorrow. He's earned a day off. Johnny B in his place. And, of course, Ken Weaver is called out sick. So, in his stead, we have Mr. Jay Harper. Good morning, Jay.
Good morning, Johnny.
Thank you, Jay. I love that announcer voice.
Yes.
It's Supertalk. We're super glad to have you on board. And in my place, I want to call him Mason Williams, but it's not. It's Mason Fleming.
Mason Fleming, that's it right there.
I always want to say Williams, and I get all hung up.
Hey, it's all good.
But,
I'll answer it eventually.
One of the Furbies out there is saying that I'm an idiot, and I can't pronounce anything like submersible. I said it. Try saying that at 5 a.m. Come on.
No kidding. Especially when we've both been up since about 2.
Yeah.
So
I got up at 1.
Yeah.
This morning.
It was 2 a.m. for me.
See, there you go. We've been up a while. And that's why we're going to get kind of goofy. We got some breaking news. Hunter Biden, the son of President Joe Biden.
Yep.
That president's son. That's my boy. Yeah, my word is a Biden. He has agreed to plead guilty to federal criminal tax charges. Also, looks like a possession of a firearm.
Yeah, gun possession.
Yeah, because he was an addict at the time and user of illegal drugs. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all pans out.
Didn't he falsify some information on a gun permit application or something along those lines?
I think he did, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, he's not the most reputable person I've ever covered in my life. But the whole Biden crime family, it's going to be interesting to see if this is like a kind of diversion or if he's trying to take one for the big guy. So it's going to be interesting to watch. But just wanted to let you know that Hunter Biden has agreed to plead guilty to federal criminal tax charges along with possession of a firearm. So we'll have to watch that, and that story will progress as the day goes on. You want to keep it on Super Talk, where I have been informed by the man in charge, Dan Mandis. If it comes from Dan Mandis, you can bank on it. You're going to have the regular schedule today. Pamela Furr up at 9 a.m. 12 noon, Matt Murphy with Murphy's Show comes up. And, of course, The Drive, Brian Wilson is back in the saddle. I'm glad to hear it, too. So you got Super Talk all day long on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We have been watching with great concern this rescue operation that's underway deep in the waters of the Atlantic Ocean right now of the submersible that is it's a vessel carrying 5 people, and they were going to observe the wreckage of the Titanic. Now, you do have some people that were involved with Ocean Gate Expeditions, the company that was offering this 8-day mission to see the Titanic debris, but you also have tourists on board that took the trip for $250,000 a pop to see the Titanic wreckage. And Jay has pointed out earlier that they've already had troubles with this submersible in the past, and plus it's not a huge submarine; it's like a size of a van, right?
That's correct. And again, it has 5 people on board, as you have stated.
Yeah.
And this particular vessel, about an hour and 45 minutes into the mission, or whatever the term is, into the trip.
Yeah, on Sunday.
When they launched on Sunday, about an hour and 45 minutes into the trip, they lost communication. Haven't heard from it since.
Oh, man.
And this has happened before. Other folks that have taken a tour on this particular vessel said that they were lost for like 2.5 hours because they too had lost communication with the guide that's up, on the surface of the ocean there, and they guide them by text message or something along those lines. It's the darndest thing. It seems rather primitive in the guidance for these things.
Well, it really does, and that's why I don't trust. Because I've been around a lot of rich guys, and I'm not saying everybody that's rich makes these crazy ideas, but I've seen rich guys. They'll like it's like Elon Musk. I would not get on any ship that Elon Musk put together to go into space. Now, if I was offered by NASA, I'd probably do it.
Yeah, I know some folks that have owned some Teslas.
Yes,
that were not impressed with the craftsmanship to some degree.
Yeah, I have too, actually.
And, that's not to indict all Teslas, but
no.
So when you're hearing about steering wheels coming off because they didn't attach the bolt to the steering column.
Yes, that's troublesome.
That's troublesome. There were reports to that effect on some Teslas. I wouldn't want to get on a space capsule made by those folks either, I don't think.
No,
that's definitely taking self-driving cars to another level for sure.
Oh, yeah. Well, and to this thing, I mean, as you pointed out, Jay, they've already had problems. And as you said, even the communication with the vessel seems a little bizarre.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have gone on this trip, especially for $250,000. And even the company's chief executive, Stockton Rush, I dare say Stockton Rush, that's a rich man's name if I ever heard one.
Righto.
I dare say he previously described the craft as rock solid. He's also believed to be on board of this vessel, so praying for him and everybody on board, and I hope it works out well. And I hope after this is done that people will take better precautions before diving so deep to go see the Titanic, because you don't want to end up like the Titanic, because they said that thing was unsinkable. There you go.
And this thing is meant to be underwater.
Yes, it is. And see, I don't think I could even go in a submarine that the Navy has. God bless you guys. I'm wearing the Harry S. Truman hat today because of bad hair day. But anyway, I wouldn't even want to go on one of those. Just the thought of going underwater really freaks me out.
Yeah, we were talking about being claustrophobic earlier. I'm looking at pictures of the inside of this submersive vehicle.
Yes.
They're not benches or anything that you sit on. It's a flat bottom, and you're sitting on the floor basically against the curve of the sides of the vehicle.
No.
There's no standing room, and it looks like they have like a little pod where the people are controlling it from. Oh. I think this one that I'm looking at is like a test vehicle, but the main one that the main one they were sitting in is just enough basically for all of them to sit crisscross on the floor, essentially, all lined up next to each other. Looks like maybe 4 feet across the width of it.
Look, I like looking at the Titanic wreckage, but I'll do it from the safety of my home on the internet.
I'll watch the movie if I get that close.
Watch the movie.
Yeah,
exactly.
And there are some great National Geographic documentaries.
I mean, watch those.
As James Cameron, has continued to explore, and fascinating stuff. But I'm with you. I'm not going to get in a beer can to go down there.
I'll just have a beer and look at the
exactly.
I'll watch it on TV, and it won't cost me $275,000. Gosh, can you imagine paying $275,000 to be uncomfortable like that and then get trapped?
I can't imagine spending $250,000. I mean,
no, if I'm going to spend that much money, I want a house, and a nice one. And speaking of being claustrophobic, a woman, she had been declared dead, but surprised her relatives by knocking on her coffin during her wake this month.
Yeah, I saw that.
Wow.
That is one of my worst fears.
That is mine too. To be, I've told people, if I can't be resuscitated, let me go. But if you see a toe moving, don't let me go yet, because there might be hope.
Poke a little harder.
Yeah, that's right. But
give me a harder nudge. Go down for a nap and then can't wake up in the wrong bed.
Yeah. But unfortunately, she's died after 7 days in intensive care. So that's sad. But they said doctors at the state hospital where she was rushed after the incident said she died on Friday evening local time. Her health ministry confirmed in a statement that she had died from a stroke after spending a week in intensive care. They said that she remained under permanent surveillance, but didn't provide further information on the medical investigation surrounding the case. So that's kind of that is a great fear of mine, is to be trapped like that. Oh, I just cannot imagine.
I know it. Doesn't that just give you the creeps?
It does creep me out.
There are stories during the yellow fever epidemic over 100 years ago of people being in catatonic states that were mistakenly thought to be dead.
Yes.
And that they were indeed buried alive.
Oh, yes.
I was like they used to tie bells to people's ankles forever. I don't know how long ago, but they would tie a bell to your ankle just in case if they weren't totally sure if you were dead. So if they heard it ringing in the graveyard, they would come and dig you back up so they could get you out. And I was like, holy cow. Where the phrase "toll the bell" comes from.
Yeah, well, see, that's why I just don't trust. Trust but verify. That's my.
Well, I tell you, you see actors in movies that, lie in the coffins and stuff. I mean, that just doing that would creep me out as an actor. It's like, no, you find a body double or something.
No, I couldn't do that at all. How far would you guys go to get a day off? Or go home early?
Not get buried, that's for sure.
Just get buried.
I wouldn't be like, you hear school kids doing dumb stuff, calling in bomb threats and things just to, get the place evacuated so they can go home. I mean.
Interesting you should say that, Jay Harper.
Really, you and I haven't discussed what you were going to bring up. I mean, is it something along those lines?
Yes, but it's actually an adult.
Yeah.
It was in Oklahoma. It was a convenience store clerk.
It's an Okie.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
If
Ken's listening, of course, my family are my dad's family's from Oklahoma, so
But they say he is facing embezzlement charges after reportedly asking a friend to find someone to rob the store where he worked so he could go home early.
Oh, there you go.
According to Tulsa police, Isaiah Jones told officers that a man walked into the store on June 5th, and handed him a note that said, "Give me all your money or I will shoot you." He complied and the suspect left with cash. They didn't say how much the man stole, but guy just wanted off early and hired somebody to come in and rob the store.
Took the money and split a pizza afterwards or something.
Only in Oklahoma, by God, home.
Yeah. Well, I'm guessing he probably went home early, and his new home is the county jail, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Very well put.
Yeah.
We'll be back with more on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Thanks, gents.
According to a court filing, Hunter Biden will plead guilty to some federal charges, and it's still a race against time to locate a missing submersible. I'll have details at 9 o'clock on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Brother Jay. It is 8:55, really 8:56 if you want to get, really technical. Good morning, Pamela Furr. How are you?
Submersible.
Yeah, you may want to
Did I
go
say
over
it
that.
right?
Yeah, you may want to because there's a guy on the big super text line. I thought he was a fan of yours, but maybe not.
I don't know.
I don't know, but he's
Fan of mine would never be rude to you.
But they were very rude, and they were wanting me off the air. And
is it submersible or submersible?
No, submersible.
Submersible. Okay,
with
got
a
it.
bull.
With a B.
Just like bull.
Bull.
Yeah, bull.
All right.
But yeah, you got that going on. You also have Hunter Biden now. That's
all right. I need to, because I hadn't heard that yet.
Yeah, that just came down.
Okay, so I'm going to have to read all about that.
Yes.
As we do the 9 to noon today.
That's
I've been reading about the submersible, by the way.
Yes.
You have to sit on. There's no chairs in there for anybody.
That's what Mason was just saying.
You have to sit on the floor with your legs crossed. Oh, I didn't know y'all were just talking about that, but yeah, sit on the floor with your legs crossed. One bathroom, and
it's out in the open. Would you do that?
Well, is it a bunch of guys or are there any women on it?
I don't know if there's any women.
I'm not dropping trout in a submersible.
Well, that's what you'll have to do if you want to. Yeah, and supposedly it's kind of out in the open, no privacy.
Yeah, there's no privacy at all.
Like a prison cell.
Well, it is kind of like that, and it's only the size of like a van.
Yeah, I saw that. You couldn't pay me enough to do that. I would get so claustrophobic.
Right.
I'd be screaming, "Get me out of here! Get me out of here!" There'd be no way. I can't even do an MRI. You get me out of here. I really do. I freak out. You have to put me to sleep to do an MRI because can't do it. Can't do it.
Well, these folks paid $250,000.
They are they may have just paid to die. I mean, I hate to say that.
Well, I hope not. I hope not.
How many more hours of oxygen do they have left?
Last I heard 70 hours.
Yeah, they think they have enough to last till Thursday.
Man. Yeah, it's going to be a race against Father Time.
Do you know they control it with a Logitech controller?
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about too.
Off the rack.
Yeah. Well, like a joystick, right?
Yeah, exactly.
See, this is why I would not. We were just talking about this. I would not get on a spaceship that Elon Musk. I don't care who the rich guy is. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to, because I don't trust you.
I don't want to be in the one that explodes.
Darn it. We thought it would work this time.
Yeah, no.
Well, what else you got coming up on the show? We got just a little bit of time.
All right, so
here.
we're going to talk about the Covenant shooters. There's two not the shooters, the parents.
Right.
We have two parents that have written really heartfelt letters fighting to keep the writing secret. So we will talk about that and a whole lot more.
Awesome. We're looking forward to that. Pamela Furr up next. Then you have Matt Murphy at noon. Brian Wilson on the drive. Dan Mandis back tomorrow. Have yourselves a good one.